Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. This is your 1 minute warning.
Testing.
We'll begin our meeting in 1 minute.
So I'm just going to provide the handouts to all the speakers. I'm still learning.
Scribble something down.
Okay, I apologize for the delay in our start this morning, but numerous members are having travel difficulties today, so that's the reason for our late start. But it is now time to start. So I welcome everybody to the January 24th meeting of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. And as usual, we'll begin this morning by all rising and joining Representative Kat McGee as she leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Well, yesterday was obviously a difficult day weather-wise here in the state, and it's affected numerous members of this committee. I know that Representative Harrington will not be joining us today because he's had some significant electrical problems at his house caused by power surges. Representative Lewicki indicated that he was having trouble getting out of his town due to closed roads. And I see a lot of other empty chairs here. So that's indicative of the fact that the weather has caused us significant issues. One of the significant issues it caused was it forced us to cancel yesterday's activity, which included presentations and bill hearings. The bills that we were supposed to hear yesterday would have been the subject of an executive session today. But since we did not hear those bills yesterday, today's executive session will be either canceled or postponed. I have to work with the clerk to figure that out. And what we've done to make up for the loss of yesterday is we've added another committee day next week. So I regret to inform the members of the committee that you're going to have a very busy week next week. We're going to be meeting on Monday, Tuesday, and Friday, and there is a House session on Thursday. Therefore, you're going to be in Concord a lot next week. Sorry to say. But we have to do it because we have to get caught up. We have 39 bills, and we need to get them all through executive session by the 7th of March. And that is my goal. So today we will be hearing or having public hearings on 3 bills starting at 10:30 this morning. But before we get there, we're going to have a presentation about the Community Power Coalition of New Hampshire. And I'm pleased to welcome the Honorable Clifton Below to make this presentation. Mr. Below is one of the most knowledgeable persons in our state about energy matters, having been a member of the General Court, both in the House and the Senate, having served on the Public Utilities Commission for the past 25 or almost 30 years now. Mr. Below has been involved deeply in New Hampshire energy issues. So there's no better person, I think, to make this presentation than the Honorable Clifton Below. So Cliff, it's all yours, and welcome to SDNE.
Thank you, Representative Buzz. Good morning, everyone. Thanks for making the trip today. Let me start with some basics, and then I'm going to go into some background and kind of bring us up to date. Just the basics. What is community power? And it's a provision in the law that allows New Hampshire cities, towns, and counties to become alternative default service electricity providers for their residents and businesses, and provide related services. So the basic idea is that municipal aggregation, also known as, can pool purchasing power to buy electricity supply, meaning the generation that puts power into the grid to match what consumers take out. The utility company still delivers the power and provides grid reliability, and the community can benefit from value-added services and programs, and expectation of lower rates and more product choices. It's RSA 53E, relative to the aggregation of electric customers by municipalities and counties, that enables this. A couple of the key points is that customers may always switch back or opt out in the first instance and stay on the utility default service supply, or take service from a competitive supplier. Community power programs must be paid for out of revenues received by participating customers. It can't come from any taxpayer subsidy. One of our member communities, the town of Durham, came up with this graphic to kind of explain the basics as they were developing an electrical aggregation plan. It sort of starts with the governing body of the community, select board or city council, creating an electric aggregation committee. Often it's their existing energy committee, and they draft an electric aggregation plan that has to be approved by the Public Utilities Commission. And then it goes to the town council in Durham's case, which is their legislative body as well as their governing body, or town meeting in a town with town meeting. So the legislative body has to approve the electric aggregation plan, appoints, the governing body appoints the representatives to the Community Power Coalition if they're joining the coalition, and oversees Durham Community Power. Durham has part of the group that has helped create and govern the Community Power Coalition alongside other member communities. The coalition will serve as the supplier for Durham. It has a community-appointed board and committees, expert staff, and vendors, and provides power and services on behalf of each community power program that's a member of it. The utility will continue to deliver the power, provide metering and consolidated billing. And of course, ISO New England operates the interstate wholesale market.
Excuse me. Representative Munz has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. Just a question on your previous slide. The approval by the PUC, is it a requirement that that happens before the plan is submitted to the town council or the town meeting, or can it happen whenever?
It can happen either way. It can be submitted in advance of the legislative body approval. Of course, then they would have to approve it as the commission approved it, or it can be submitted afterwards. Mostly these have been submitted after the legislative bodies approve the plan.
Quick follow-up.
Follow up.
So if it gets submitted to the PUC afterwards and the PUC makes a change, does it then have to go back to the governing body for reapproval?
They did do that with some of the first plans. For instance, our city submitted a plan roughly a year ago, and they hadn't completed the rulemaking process, so they rejected it. Essentially, they had a couple of issues, and we went back and amended the plan to address the issues and kind of waited till the rules were far enough along that they could be comfortable that it would be consistent with the rules.
Thank you.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, thanks for being here today.
Sure.
Cliff. So if I understand correctly, every community that wants to participate in, take advantage of community power has to submit its own electric aggregation plan to the PUC.
Yes.
What would distinguish what might distinguish one community's electric aggregation plan from another? What are the major features of an electric aggregation plan?
We'll get into that a little later
Okay.
on, but I would say that that often they reflect, tied into it is any policies or goals that a local community has adopted, and the plan may reflect different emphasis on those. There are a couple different approaches. One is the coalition approach. Another approach is to engage a broker to put the load out to bid. So there's a couple of different models for how to do this. So some communities have adopted plans that go one way or the other, and a few communities have adopted a plan that allows a future choice as to whether they go with the broker model or the coalition model.
The chair has a question.
Sure.
Mr. Bill. So my assumption is that the community power coalition, they would serve de facto as the energy portion of the residents' electric bill, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And so, as a quick follow up, on their electric bill, it would show community power aggregation or some.
We haven't quite finalized that with the utilities, whether it'll just say community power or Durham or Hudson Community Power, whatever community it is. Or I don't think it's going to say Community Power Coalition. It might just say Community Power. But that's a detail that we're still sort of working on. Okay. Thank you. By the way, I can email these slides because I realize the printout, it's a little hard to read if you want to follow up. So I can do that if you'd like. I want to run through some background and context to sort of bring us where we, are, and sort of, from my point of view, how community power has come about. But it also provides a little bit of history as to how electric utility policies have evolved in this state. And I'll just start, I'm going to try to run through this fairly quickly, but this could be, a whole course. Just if we look at the electric power industry started in the late 1800s, It was very distributed. It was on a municipal by municipal basis, started primarily in industrial centers or where there was hydropower. So we had lots of little systems that over time got consolidated. And over time, there was basically a century-long trend towards economies of scale. Bigger was better. Power generation became much more economic at a larger scale. So there was this tendency to get larger generation. And in fact, some of the smaller old hydros were discontinued over the course of the 50s and 60s as this was occurring. We saw the first major energy price shock with the 73, 74 arable oil embargo. At that time, a lot of electric generation was from oil, including in New England. Part of the reaction to that was a movement to go ahead with the Seabrook Nuclear Station, which began in 1976. In 1977, this legislature enacted the New Hampshire Limited Electrical Producers Act, RSA 362A, which was enacted a full year before PURPA. And if you look at, PURPA and the LIPA Act were basically based on the same model, policy model, which said independent power producers, also known eventually as small power producers or qualified facilities under PURPA, could sell their generation to the monopoly utility if they could sell it at or below the utility's avoided cost, and the utility had to contract with them for that power. That's significant because several things happened over the next decade. In May 1979, Governor Hugh Gallen, who was elected running on anti-QIP, which is against allowing construction work in progress to be in the rate base, which was about Seabrook, that was put into law. And at the same time, the cost of Seabrook were rising, and there was this initiative by some of the smaller hydros to restart those, and a larger wood-to-energy power plants that sought long-term contracts with Eversource that were based on Seabrook's avoided cost projections that kind of kept growing to justify continued investment, which it had to do because there was a period of high inflation and the interest on the money they borrowed to build the plant, they couldn't recover from rates. So they had to kind of justify a continued investment in it by projecting that future costs would be high. And that's what those contracts were based on. In '84, Unit 2 was canceled. PSNH went through a 3 or 4 year bankruptcy process. Northeast Utilities acquired them. And part of that deal was for 7 years of 5.5% annual rate increases, which ended up leading us to as a state, the average highest rates in the whole country, even higher than Alaska and Hawaii, which was exceptional at the time. And so what that led to, I was first elected to this committee exactly 30 years ago, sitting in your seats as a freshman legislator. And in my first term, one of the bills that got introduced, one of the big issues was the above market costs for these small power producers. And I was appointed to a study committee, that and PSNH renegotiations legislative oversight committee. And the purpose of that was to try to encourage, PSNH was arguing that part of their high cost problem was these independent power producer contracts. And they wanted to renegotiate them because at that point, by '94, they were way over market and projected to continue to be way over market. And so, we started thinking about how do we unwind these or kind of address this problem. That led in '95 to the creation of a retail wheeling and restructuring study committee. And at that time, this concept of retail wheeling was just sort of a new idea that was being talked about a lot. Could you have more competition? And just sort of a context to this is part of what PURPA did drive, because it allowed cogeneration, was some innovation in getting higher efficiencies from combined heat and power generation. And there was also deregulation going on in the natural gas side, which ended up driving combined cycle natural gas generation, which was sort of a new thing in the '90s. which was to say you could kind of double the efficiency of burning natural gas by having two cycles, a turbine, like a jet engine that drives a turbine to make electricity, and then you also make steam from the heat that's left over. So you had combined cycle, and you've doubled the efficiency from the 25 to 33% range to roughly double that. So this was sort of happening, and industries were saying in many areas, not just New Hampshire, hey, we could buy one of these combined heat and power plants and produce our own electricity cheaper than we're buying it from Eversource. So, give us a break. Out of that study committee came our Electric Utility Restructuring Act, which was enacted in 1996. There was a whole lot of work that went into it, and a very broad bipartisan consensus was developed in the legislature at the time. It passed basically almost unanimously through the House and Senate. And it was a new paradigm. It said, it sort of recognized that we had screwed up at several levels. The utility had screwed up by overinvesting. Arguably, were building a single project 50% over 1,000 megawatts, which was going to more than double their entire generation capacity in one project. And that, the cost went from $1 billion to $6.6 billion. And that was $1 billion for 2 units to $6.6 billion for 1 unit. And so that was sort of a monopoly mistake. And then legislators kind of compounded that by creating a law that linked these independent power producers to that price and cost. And then regulators all encouraged this to go on until sort of the house of cards sort of collapsed and the bankruptcy occurred. And we found ourselves trying to figure out how do we do things differently so that legislators, regulators, and the monopoly don't make this kind of mistake in the future. And part of the answer was we could move, generation no longer had to be a monopoly, that you could have a choice of generation, and there could be a competitive wholesale market for generation, and there could be customer choice of the generation supply, but let's keep the wires vertically integrated. A monopoly, because it only makes sense to have one set of wires.
Let me interrupt you
Yes.
just a second. Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Going back to your previous statement, I'm just curious. You said that they recognized that the power company at the time had overbuilt. Given today's situation, do you feel that they still overbuilt, or are we on a different line of what maybe should have happened? I'm just curious if maybe they were before their time or not.
It's hard to say. The history is what it is. I think the idea at the time in the 60s was that each of the major investor-owned utilities in New England would sponsor a nuclear project, and then others would buy shares of it. This was sort of at the extreme end of that. PSNH was a standalone company in New Hampshire alone. Their total demand was only about 1,000 megawatts. And they owned something less than that in generation, and they were kind of doubling that. And they were projecting a huge amount of growth in electricity consumption, roughly, projecting a doubling. Now, we have gotten there, over several decades, but it wasn't, there's just a whole combination of things, high inflation, high interest rates, and natural gas prices coming down from deregulation of natural gas that made natural gas very competitive with this capital intensive project. And quite honestly, the federal regulators, said this is a case study in red tape, that Seabrook was mired in it. 3 Mile Island happened in the middle of this, and they kind of redid a whole bunch of things that added to the cost of it's a whole complex case study that I don't want to try to speculate about what might have been. But what's interesting about this is that in parallel with this House committee passing over to the Senate, the restructuring statute, in the same crossover, the Senate sent to the House a bill to create Chapter RSA 53E, aggregation of electric customers by municipalities and counties. Now, the interesting thing is Jeb Bradley was the chair of the committee at the time, and the bill came over allowing the possibility to do this on an opt-out basis. Jeb thought that this was a new concept, nobody else had done it, So he sort of said, let's do this on an opt-in only basis initially, enable it. And that's how this committee unanimously amended the bill. And basically it sat dormant for the next 20 years. So, but I'll kind of catch up with this in a moment. So at the same time, like a month later after we passed, and the New Hampshire House was the first state legislative body to pass this kind of restructuring bill, to saying, let's spin off generation into a competitive market. So FERC issued Order 888, and that was, we knew that was in development. And the title of that case was Promoting Wholesale Competition Through Open Access Non-Discriminatory Transmission Services. And it was a reformulation of the federal role in power regulation and said, let's move towards transmission systems that are open access, because they had been what were called pancake rates. Like you paid for passing through each different section of the transmission system. And they sort of said, let's do this more like a postage stamp rate and have an open access tariff where any supplier and any consumer, any load serving entity has access to this competitive wholesale market. And that's where ISO New England, NEPOOL sort of evolved, spun off part of its role into ISO New England, became a regional transmission organization, an independent system operator. That's sort of where that came out of that FERC Order 888. And we were very, engaged at that time in looking at what that meant and the implications of it and how our legislation fit with that. Subsequent to that, I worked with Jeb and the committee on a LEPA reform to end the obligation of utilities under state law to buy. It took some years before FERC got around to changing FERC in the same way. So we said no longer did the utilities have to buy from these small power producers that avoided cost. They can, sell through the wholesale market if they want. But we also created net metering as part of that same legislation. That particular bill went through 18 work sessions, and it was Jeb and I who had sponsored that, keeping it all very bipartisan, and created net metering as an alternative under the LEPA statute. In 2000, just jump way ahead, 2017, or 2016, net metering was expanded from the initial caps. When we first enacted it, we were thinking of it more as primarily for early adopters. We tried to enable the notion of limited producers also being able to sell independently of net metered, but that never really got taken advantage of. But that called for the PUC to look at developing new tariffs to sort of update the original formula from 1998. So in 2017, the PUC issued an order after a long proceeding to approve new alternative net metering tariffs, sometimes called net metering 2.0. At that time, I was representing the city of Lebanon, and we proposed a pilot of what could be considered a transactive energy framework, where the customer generator could both buy and sell at real-time prices, reflecting the wholesale market, and get credit for actual avoided transmission and capacity cost, using the RSA 53E municipal aggregation statute on an opt-in only basis. And Liberty worked with us on that. The commission ordered Liberty to try to work with us to make that pilot work. We ran into multiple obstacles, including some provisions of 53E that were catch-22s. Like we had to do a mailing to all customers, but a subsequent law said that utility couldn't give us the names and addresses of customers unless we got their individual permission. So we couldn't comply with the law. So that leads us to the last bit of background, which was an initiative in 2019 to update the statute to offer opt-out alternative default service and expand some of the authorities and straighten out the glitches in the law. Now, that bill happened to be co-sponsored by Jeb Bradley, who, 25 years earlier had argued it should be opt-in only, but he was persuaded that opt-out made sense at this point. It had never been used. Other states had done it only on an opt-out basis. So we started an organizing group that resulted in the coalition in late 2019. At the same time, rulemaking stakeholder groups at the PUC started, and the first draft of rules were ready by late 2020. And we'd also developed our joint powers agreement. I'll explain that in a minute. But in 2021, House Bill 315 was introduced. Representative Vose was the sponsor, but it had been drafted by Eversource, and it in some ways sought to straighten out some issues in 53, but in other ways we felt it sort of tried to undo the progress we had just made a couple of years early, and had all sorts of problems. This committee understood those, and there was a lot of public engagement, and Representative Vose, this was in the middle of the pandemic, but he encouraged us to work with the utilities to find compromise, and helped facilitate a very intensive 4 or 5 day everyday meetings that were virtual. So it was time efficient, but we eventually worked with other stakeholders, with the utilities, with members of the committee, and came up with a compromise that was supported broadly by essentially everyone. And I think, in a lot of ways, it did improve the statute, provided much clearer consumer protection, clarity on some of the authorities and the roles, and created the requirement for PUC EAP review, and also created the possibility of a purchase of receivables program. So, but then in July of 2021, the DOE was created, the PUC was reorganized. So this languished for a bit until late 2021. We and the DOE petitioned for rulemaking, with working off of the rules that had been developed a couple of years earlier. And then after Senate Bill 315 was enacted, looking at how the rules needed to change there. So that resulted in a final proposal by the PUC in late July of last year. The City of Lebanon's electric aggregation plan was the first approved in August of last year. Oh, it says 2023, that's 2022. And JLCAR approved the rules in September, and there was a final adoption by the PUC in late October, or early October. So what is the Community Power Coalition? We're a community governed power supplier, looking to launch community power programs hopefully in April. We were created as a nonprofit joint power agency on October 1st of 2021. I kind of forgot, I don't really have slides on this, but we're organized pursuant to RSA 53A, which is a law that is about enabling subdivisions of the state to work collaboratively by sharing authorities, legislatively granted authorities, to exercise those jointly, including through creation of a separate entity. In this case, we're what's called a governmental instrumentality. We're a separate nonprofit corporation under New Hampshire law, but we are an instrument of our municipal members and county member. And so we are not a subdivision of the state, but we are a governmental instrumentality subject to RSA 91A, the right to know law. So our meetings are considered public meetings. We have 27 members at present, almost about double from when we were originally incorporated, and another one in the next week will join, representing about 21% of New Hampshire's population at this point. Potentially, these are default service only customers, including sort of some attrition. We assume some may not want to come over, but it would be about 125,000 customers, over 1 million megawatt hours per year, on the order of $140 million a year in revenues. And there's about 12 communities that are aiming to launch this spring and more next year. And that's sort of, I just turned myself off, wrong button. So how did this come about? Well, we spent 3 years on trying to adapt national best practices for a joint power agency. In a lot of ways, it's modeled on the public power experience. There's over 2,000 municipal electric systems in the country. They operate the distribution system, usually on a town by town basis or city. Some big cities like Austin and Sacramento, Jacksonville, Florida are municipal systems, but a lot of them are smaller. And so a lot of them over the past 50 or 60 years joined together to create joint power agencies to do things like do joint generation projects, or to procure power in competitive markets. And so the map sort of shows some of those that exist. So in a lot of ways, our joint power model is based on that. It's designed for robust democratic governance and oversight, economies of scale, risk management of a portfolio of power supply contracts, advanced retail customer services. It's a proven model for new project development and local programs to be supported by a team of professional staff and advisors, of which there's a whole industry, and provide also joint advocacy. Maybe I won't repeat all this, but there's some more detail on some of the local policy goals that we hope to achieve, including for basic products, lower cost options, as well as opt-up projects for higher renewable content or clean energy content. We hope to be involved in local project development, working in collaboration with utilities on local infrastructure issues, particularly bringing about community scale solar and storage. We'd like to help provide commercial innovation, particularly to smaller businesses. There's been a lot of competition for larger businesses and a fair amount of innovation, but there's a lot more that can be done. And also building equity and economic development in our energy system. There's a lot of words here. The design context here, and what I've done is I pulled the slides that we have for multiple uses, and so that a little bit is more detailed and redundant than perhaps necessary, but they were what was at hand. There are basically two models. Contract with a for-profit supplier by using a broker that puts the load out to bid. There's some advantages to that. So it's relatively simple. It's widely used in states like Massachusetts. Another model is to create a community-owned supplier like public power agencies have done. Co-ops have also done this in a lot of areas, although our co-op provides all their own services in-house mostly. And there's some advantages to that, not the least of which I think is demystifying how the power sector works and creating more understanding and informed decision-making that'll support innovation over time. I mean, well, we have, all of our board members have been sort of, like you, a little bit overwhelmed at times in terms of understanding the complexity of our electric power system and everything that goes into it, but also feeling like they're getting a better understanding of what works and what doesn't work, because sometimes there's a tendency to sort of suggest simplistic solutions when the solutions are really pretty complicated. So where does it exist? The green states are where community choice has existed for a period of time. Some of those dates of when states have enabled it. It says New Hampshire 2019 because that was the updated law. In fact, New Hampshire's law was the first. It just sat dormant for a long time. The Massachusetts market, all the sort of colored communities are ones that either, and this is from a couple of years ago, either had municipal aggregation, or I think the blue ones might be ones who were in process of doing that. They've had some they get rate stability, usually a 2 to 3 year contract. They usually have some moderate savings. They're usually able to add somewhat more renewable content. There's a minimum amount of innovation and limited public advocacy. There is, and this is a little bit more about the broker, it's fairly simple steps. There's 3 active brokers in Massachusetts, 2 of which Colonial Power and Good Energy have partnered with New Hampshire-based brokers or aggregators, Freedom Energy Logistics with Colonial Power, Standard Power with Good Energy, that are basically offering this same model in New Hampshire. And there's some communities have signed up with them. The Massachusetts Compact model was something of an exception. They were actually the first municipal aggregation, and it was 1997, and it was 21 towns on Cape Cod, Martha's Vineyard, who sort of joined together to create a joint power entity like our joint power agency, pursuant to laws that enabled that, like our laws, joint exercise of powers. And there's some things that they have done that are different and unique. Part of that was because they were early on in restructuring and kind of captured the operation of the energy efficiency programs on the Cape.
If I could interrupt for a second,
Sure.
Representative Corman has
sure.
a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. When there's a broker, I assume the broker takes some sort of cut of what's going on. Can you give us some sense as to what that would be?
I used to have that number on the top of my head, but I don't right now. It's on the order of 1/10 of a cent. It's yeah, it's on that order. It might be a couple. Well, yeah, it's on the order of 1/10 of a cent.
Representative Munns would like to ask a question.
Oh, sure.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. If a community creates their own aggregation plan and initially decides that they want to go it on their own,
Yes.
how difficult is it for them if they then want to join your coalition and then as a follow up, what is the procedure that they would have to go through? I mean, what do you have any kind of vetting standards?
Well, they have to execute the joint powers agreement, so they have to kind of come in with the terms that have already been established. But the only caveat is the board has to admit them as a member, which we've done with everybody who wants to join so far. I mean, typically, the experience in Massachusetts has been they usually come up with 2 or 3 contracts, and that has worked well, particularly in this period, because a lot of these were started before the recent run up in prices. This particular slide has a couple of hyperlinks that also detail situations where the retail supplier, because they were aggregations were depending on a single supplier, went bankrupt because they didn't, weren't sufficiently hedged for the market conditions, and programs have had to shut down as a result of that. And in Massachusetts, in some cases, number of years back, they went into some went into 3-year contracts, and in the second or third year out, the market prices came down, the utility default service came down, and customers migrated back to the utility default service, so they had to shut down the program. So it kind of so the point would be, after that contract runs out, somebody could consider transitioning to the coalition.
Follow up?
Thank you. Of the 27 members in the coalition now, are there any that initially created their own plan and have now decided to join the coalition?
Peterborough was sort of like that. They kind of forged their own way. They kind of did a hybrid plan based on ours and Keene, which was with Standard Power and Good Energy. And then they decided to do this fall sort of a request for proposals. And we responded to that along with at least one of the brokers. And they ended up deciding to go with us. So they kind of had their feet in both camps for a while.
Thank you.
And Nashua's plan is also written to provide those options, but their energy committee or electric aggregation committee has recently recommended to the board aldermen that they proceed with the coalition. They've been a member of the coalition since the start. So this is just a slide that illustrates some of the joint power agencies. Of course, this is taken off the most in California. I'm just going to share a little bit of that real quick. Oops, I'm going the wrong direction. Page down, not up. Whoa. Okay. Sorry about that. Get way back there real quick. Somehow I went to the end of the slides. Okay, I'm going to try to speed up some of these. Okay, here. So in California, CCAs have expanded a lot in over the past decade. California is a sort of weird thing. They started with customer choice. They had a big problem from a legislative mistake. They unfroze the supply costs, but they froze the retail rate, and that didn't work. So they shut down customer choice except for large C&I customers. But then they reintroduced it with community choice aggregation, in which customers can choose between the aggregation and the utility default service. And large customers can go to third-party suppliers, but not small customers. So we're a little bit different from that. It's too small to see, but the picture on the right there just details a bunch of projects that the CCAs in California have been developing. And this is just sort of a summary of the impact. Of course, the scale of California is much larger than the scale that we're at. although we are at approximately at the scale of one of a couple of the small, developing over 6,000 megawatts of new solar, 1,000 megawatts of wind, 2.6 megawatts, 2.6 thousand megawatts of new energy storage, as well as some geothermal and biogas. They're doing this through a variety of means. Some of them have received investment grade ratings, so they're direct project developers, although most of them are through power purchase agreements. Just to comment on, this is a little bit dated now, but it looks at over like a 10 or 11 year period. The performance of all the 50 states, the ones on the left-hand side of the spectrum with the black bars are investor-owned or vertically integrated states. They don't have any form of customer choice. The green line shows states with customer choice and competitive power supply markets. And at that point in time, all the other states that had that approach were doing better in terms of the annual year over year or the change in prices over this period of time. New Hampshire was right on the margin there. So we felt that there's, ways to do, oops, I'll stop pause here.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm just going back to that other slide, but you don't have to go back to it.
Okay.
Just the reference to geothermal in California. In New Hampshire, we're a granite state, so geothermal can be difficult. In California, they're an earthquake state. So does that impact how, obviously it's going to impact. Do you have some kind of a cap on geothermal or anything like that?
No.
You do not? Okay.
No, I mean, there's no geothermal electric production in the Northeast that I'm aware of. There's a few somewhat hot spots, but they haven't been proven out as viable.
Okay, thank you.
What has happened over the first year of operation? And we're not operational, we're still in a startup phase. So none of these programs have actually started yet. But we've held over 110 public meetings of our, because we're driven by volunteers and a handful of some municipal staff members who've been involved. But we've had a couple of consultants. We did raise, roughly $150,000 in grants and donations to help us through our first year. But we've been focusing on the rules development. And then in the spring, we did a full-blown request for proposals to solicit all the range of services that we need to launch with vendors who are willing to work on an at-risk basis, meaning we're not going to pay them until the program becomes operational, so that our success or their success or them getting paid is dependent on our success. And fortunately, because I think of a fairly compelling case, we got some really good responses on our RFP. And over the summer, we worked on evaluating those. And so we've executed contracts that were negotiated over the course of the fall to give us the full capabilities of a competitive electric power supplier to stand up a joint power agency and provide these services, including securing $750,000 in startup funds and $8.5 million in credit support. We're actually in the process of kind of concluding the arrangement with a contractor, LSE, that provides additional credit support. We've adopted a bunch of major policies that have taken a lot of work, energy portfolio risk management, retail rates and financial reserves policies, and a data privacy and security policy, as well as conflict of interest policy. We've adopted cost sharing agreement and member services contract for complete service bundle, which will, operate, which is sort of our initial product offering. There may be more things in the future. And then we also simulated our performance and financial stability under 13 different scenarios using stochastic modeling, which means you run 100 scenarios with different assumptions about weather, economic conditions, and so forth. And they confirm that that we are very viable. And to the best of our knowledge, or almost certainly, this is the first such entity that's launched using this very sophisticated, robust stochastic modeling approach. Usually people just do a projected result and maybe a high case and a low case, we did 100 cases and 13 variations off those cases.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could you talk a little bit more about the stress test and what you're testing for?
Yes, I think there'll be a few more slides on that. Yep.
Okay, I can wait.
So we've had this fairly rapid membership growth. This is a bar showing the top of the dashed lines on the right are the current default service load of the 4 different utilities, other than the few number of small munis. And our current membership, if they were all to launch, would place us as the second largest default service provider. The interested communities that have expressed interest in possibly joining would, if they all joined, and we would potentially be the largest default service supplier in the state. Just going to run through some of our governance. We're governed 4 communities by communities. Interesting point, we have a former Eversource executive as our vice chair. Kevin Charette was early in his career with Eversource, 23 years, based in Connecticut. He was in charge of their audit functions, but then he rose to become in charge of all their customer service functions. And so he was really helpful in evaluating the customer services proposal in our RFP. And more recently, Brentwood has joined us, and the former director of distributed energy resources for Eversource, Richard Lebrecq, has also joined our board of directors. So that's kind of interesting. He only retired from Eversource a year or 2 ago. And so we've really benefited from a really interesting diversity of talent from across our members. Some retirees, some professionals, just really valuable contributions. We've engaged expert contractors who are at the top of their fields. Ascend Analytics for energy hedging, planning, portfolio risk management, Calpine Energy Solutions for retail customer service, and providing a contract load serving entity. Clean Energy New Hampshire is helping with member services and public engagement. We've had a law firm of Duncan Weinberg, Ginzer, and Pembroke as our general counsel. They were originally selected through a competitive RFQ process when we were first working on developing our JPA, and a couple of startup consultants, and also a specialized bank that specializes in what's called multi-party lockbox, which provides additional credit support. And we're now in the process of working with TrueSearch to identify and hire our first staff person, a full-time CEO, with additional staff in the future. This is just sort of an org chart. We're accountable to our communities. The governing bodies appoint the board member representatives to constitute the board of directors. We've had a number of operational committees. We have a few more to stand up. And it's, until we have a CEO, I'm sort of in the middle of it as the board chair. I really look forward to getting a CEO on board because this role has become a full-time volunteer job. But we have the power agency operations, and eventually we'll, and so we have a lot of people working to help make this happen. I am not going to go into this slide, but it does provide a breakdown into some of the details of the kind of services that we are both contracted for. The black text and the blue text is things that we hope to achieve over the course of time. The technical assessment, on the lower left, you can see a whole, that's the 100 different scenarios, with probably the blue line in the middle representing what's called the P50 probability case. It's sort of the midpoint of the modeling, and that is showing up the buildup of cash reserves over time. And you'll see a seasonal dip with winters because, part of this in standing this up is to create financial reserves so that we can, you have to use that to stabilize prices through the winter when costs are highest, but also to provide stability in unexpected events. There's a whole lot to this technical analysis, but essentially, and this has already been updated once, so we're about to release a revised version of this because this was done back in December. But the bottom line is it shows that we seem to have a business model that's going to be quite viable. Oops, wrong direction. I'm not sure I show all the stress tests that were done, but basically we did about 14 scenarios. I'm not sure I put all those slides in here off of that. But this shows a breakdown of what the revenue picture would look like. The vast majority, the orange is or yellow is the energy cost for the project. There's capacity cost in the wholesale market, RPS compliance costs, some other things. Operating costs, very small. Our deferred compensation for startup cost works out to less than 1/100th of 1%. So that's not 1/10 of a cent. It's it's about that's his 0.01% of revenues, 0.02% of revenues. It's a small number. And so, we happen to be in a situation where prices have actually dropped rather dramatically since December. So the utilities have locked in relatively high rates. So you'll see that the first period, potentially March or April really through July, the green bar shows there's a lot of headroom. Even if we offer a discount, and we haven't decided what the discount is off of the utility rate, but it'll be significant. And there's an opportunity to build up some reserves because market prices are so much lower. But that also puts us subject to competition. Retail customers are finding that they can now get private contracts that beat the default service rate as well. So we'll be operating in a competitive environment that provides a certain amount of fiscal discipline. Local project context, the Inflation Reduction Act provides a lot of increased incentives, which can be monetizable by municipalities and nonprofits. So there's a lot of opportunity. Particularly, there was a bill that came through this committee last year, Senate Bill 321, which enabled some pilots. That's still in process at the PUC, looking at the jurisdictional issues, but potentially that is a big benefit. There are adders for brownfield sites or projects that benefit low-income communities in terms of the monetizable tax credits. And some of that picture shows some of these areas where there's additional incentives available for various reasons. Just a quick overview of the process for community to launch. They execute coalition agreements, authorize procurement, select rates, and launch. That's sort of the step that the Wave 1 communities are in right now. The steps that we've been through. Most recently, 8 communities have so far approved the cost sharing agreement and the complete service bundle and all the policies that we need to get going. And we're working to make that happen. We're about to launch public engagement campaigns for the different community power programs. These are some of the logos that have been developed. The enabling agreements that kind of work with each other. Our energy portfolio risk management policy, retail rates policy, financial reserve policies sort of create a framework to manage this prudently. And that flows into cost sharing agreement and the member services contract, so that this is sort of equitable and durable based on best practices from all the other experience. I'm just going to race through some reference slides to acquaint with you with those, and then I can pause and have any questions that you might have. Our startup team, this is a team that's been with us for over a year now. Clean Energy New Hampshire is providing some specific limited services under a contract. River City Bank has this specialized structure that we're about to go live with. The Energy Risk Management team from Ascend Analytics. And what they do, they offer really state-of-the-art portfolio risk management software. And we'll be using several of these products, their portfolio, Power Portfolio Manager, as well as their smart bidding and scheduling software. And eventually, the Power Planner software is to help evaluate potential projects. And of course, they do market intelligence on a view of the New England market. Their software incorporates a detailed view of the dynamics of the market. I won't go into detail on this, but it's an approach that is really pretty much state of the art, which is what attracted them to us, and they were attracted to the model that we've created here with the legislative and regulatory structure. If you go to their website, you'll see the broad range of entities that contract for their services, including ISO New England and a lot of utilities. Calpine is the predominant provider. They've helped launch over 20 CPA joint power agencies like the coalition in California, serving over 4 million customers, have a dedicated call center of all US based employees. It happens to be an IBEW union shop, but they specialize in the community power model, so that there'll be people who are good customer support people. They do provide the EDI transactions and so forth. There's more detail on the kind of services they'll be providing here. Value added data services. Ultimately, they've helped do Recurve Analytics Planner, a demand flex market, which is to say, in the California ISO context, and there's some of this in New England, although we're still have a lot of opportunity here, where you can harness a lot of distributed energy resources, both storage, generation, and demand response, to help lower the peak demand at critical times. So that's part of what they do. And I'm just going to conclude with a few slides that sort of illustrate the challenge in New England that we have. And this is a slide from a storage study from a few years back in Massachusetts. But what it illustrates, this is a 1 year period with the ups and downs of the hourly demand. And you can see the summer's in the middle of that. And the peak hits that red line, and that's the peak demand. And so the entire energy system, transmission, distribution, and generation, has to be sized to meet that peak demand with the safety margin. And most of the cost in the whole electric system are these fixed asset costs. It's not the fuel to run generation, it's the capacity to meet peak demand. So a key dynamic that has been occurring over time in New England is a shift in what's called the load duration curve. It's also can be called an asset utilization rate. This is taking all the hours of a given year in New Hampshire and sorting them from the highest hours of demand to the lowest hours of demand. And you can see the steep part of the curve of high demand is quite steep. So the top 5% of demand was just for 0.5% of the hours, for just 48 hours. The top 10% of demand was for just over 1% of the hours. And what's significant is going back the decade ending 2000, we had an average asset utilization rate of 67%, meaning on average, the load was 67% of our capacity. But over the ensuing decade, it dropped to 57%, meaning we became a peakier region. In fact, the most peaky region in the entire country, in part because we have just as intense heat waves as down south or out west, but they don't persist for very long. So we get these big spikes in air conditioning loads in the summertime from hot weather. But the declining asset utilization rates, meaning we're spreading the fixed cost of all that capacity over fewer kilowatt hours. So the cost per kilowatt hour has gone up. And now this is my final slide, or next to final, which is the so-called duck curve. And this is an actual hour of New England's load, the black line. And as we've added more solar in the middle of the day, those lines have been dropping. This is from an ISO New England projection from a few years back, or almost a decade ago. And we're actually sort of in the middle of that yellow to orange to red dip in the middle of the day, typically from solar that is producing in the middle of the day. And then we typically have a peak in the evening. And the question is, can we provide the right price signals, the right sort of structural elements so that we have appropriate incentives to shift load off a peak, particularly as we add new flexible loads, electric vehicles, buildings. The Inflation Reduction Act has incentives for thermal energy storage for air conditioning loads, for instance, where you could make ice. This is a commercial, well commercialized product. Use your air conditioning system on the far left side of the graph when demand is low to charge up a block of ice that you can then use to pull off of to meet your building air conditioning load in the peak. Or can we use solar, which is in surplus in the middle of the day, use it to charge storage and use that, discharge that storage and in demand response at that peak time. So that's part of our challenge. And what we would like to see, the vision that we have, is that community power generators, battery storage, demand response programs can help shave those peaks, fill those valleys, and lower the cost per kilowatt hour for all this installed capacity, and to do so under a state jurisdictional intrastate market that works in coordination with a FERC jurisdictional interstate market. So I'm going to conclude there.
Wow. That was like consuming information from a fire hose, Cliff. But we're used to that with you, so we thank you for that excellent presentation. I'm going to start off the questioning here by asking this question. One of the primary selling points for the Community Power Coalition is that it will lower costs. You showed us one slide about all the different community power organizations in California, but California has a reputation for having some of the highest costs. Can you explain that discrepancy?
Well, it's a big state. In general, the community choice aggregations are offering a lower price on average than the utilities. It's a little complicated because the utilities still own some of the generation or had contracts for it. So as they have a complex overlay of when customers depart, they're able to charge some of that back to the community choice aggregation to recoup what would otherwise be stranded cost. I would just observe that, like us, I think they're to some extent out on the edge of the pipelines, if you will. So in California, they've just historically had high prices, but the joint power agencies, the CCAs, are competing with that. And what they're doing, and one of the things that has attracted us to Ascend Analytics, is their robust way of evaluating proposed deals, both the credit risk of the counterparty, the performance risk of the counterparty, but also the economics of it. And at this point, the joint power agencies feel like they're making decisions that are going to help stabilize those long-term power costs through the various mechanisms. But I'm not a student of that market in detail to understand all the factors that have gone into their relatively high prices, although I don't know that they're much higher than we are at this point. But obviously, they've also had a huge amount of weather influence, climate influenced events that have caused a huge cost to invest in distribution infrastructure because stuff is burned down and had to be rebuilt.
So my follow-up question would be, what do you see as the key cost-saving structures within the Community Power Coalition?
I think the biggest element is having active portfolio management that is very much risk informed, meaning that in both the utility current model as well as the broker model, is load is going out to bid for a fixed term at a particular point in time. The broker model is able to pick and choose when they go to market, although once a contract is expired, they, have to go to market again at the end of that contract expiration. But through that mechanism alone, perhaps they've been able to come up with better rates just by being able to have flexibility when they play the market, if you will. Portfolio risk management is an ongoing process where we're not probably board members, but our contractors, Send Analytics, and eventually in-house staff will be looking at our portfolio and what's going on in the market every single day. It'll be actively managed on a daily basis with adjusting our positions in various ways, both physical and financial hedging. And the long-term value proposition is, I think, to look at where we can engage in local projects and local demand response such that we're able to bring on new power from transportation electrification, perhaps more building thermal loads being electrified. So we're able to bring on more of that, but manage the peak demand so that we are helping to spread those costs over more kilowatt hours, if you will. And provide what has been shown is that where these things are enabled, there is actually a lot of demand response capability. And if demand and storage can respond to very short-term price signals, they can pull down those prices at the high end and actually pull them up a little bit at the low end, although pulling down at the high end is more dramatic than pulling up at the low end. Meaning if we shift load into low demand hours, it actually raises the clearing price. But because of the supply demand curve, every day generators and storage bids into the ISO New England market, and there's a bid start, and the lower end of that is small steps. And when you get towards higher demand, the steps go up really quick. So if you can shave those peaks and fill them in the valleys, you have much bigger reduction in reducing costs at the high end than you see in bringing the cost up at the low end. So that is a way in which there's ultimately a lot more value to be realized.
Another attractive aspect of the Community Power Coalition is the fact that it's a nonprofit entity. Does your contracts with companies like Ascend and Calpine, which are undoubtedly for-profit companies, dilute at all the attractiveness of that nonprofit nature?
It does a little bit. We're paying more for their services than we would if we could do it in-house. Fortunately, both of them are accustomed to a model that they've experienced in California of transferring, and we've built it into our contracts that over time we can transfer to more of that in-house and develop and replace their credit support with our credit support. So once we have financial reserves and a track record, we'll actually be able to lower our financing cost, our credit support, compared to what we're having to pay for it from for-profit entities, if you will. The other analogy here is the New Hampshire Electric Co-op, and unfortunately I don't have the slide on that. But over the past decade, they do active portfolio management, which they have a small staff that's looking at the market every day, adjusting their position. And they have achieved on average something, I can't remember the number, so don't quote me on this, something like a 16% average lower default service rate than the investor-owned utilities through the fixed price procurement. But there's risk with that too. Part of the nature of this is there are risks when you start managing a portfolio. The way the utilities do it, there's sort of no risk to the utility because they just go out to bid on schedule. But there's risk to the customers because we end up paying really high prices for periods of time. So ultimately, there's more than a 0% chance that we may someday fail. But we're structured so we insulate that from our member communities. There's no recourse back to the taxpayers of the communities except through the rates we charge. But so there's also a good chance that, we see the opportunity to succeed, and that's what we're going to try to do. To be around for a long time.
Representative Reynolds has a question. No? Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you again for taking my question. This is actually a three-part question, but the second two depend on the first. So I'm in Lebanon, and we're going to be online soon. Now, my understanding is that not only is it opt-out, but that I will have a choice of getting power from renewable sources. Okay, good. So next two parts. Is there a price differential for that compared with other sources? And then is that going to be a model available in other communities as well beyond Lebanon?
We're expecting at this point to launch with 4 products. And we're calling the first two Granite Basic and Granite Plus. Granite Basic would just match the minimum RPS compliance. So that'll be the lowest cost product. Granite Plus, which right now that's around 23-24% renewable component. Granite Plus would be 33% or about 10% more. We expect that will also be under the default service price, although how much we don't know. And that's going to be achieved by a combination of renewable energy credits and what are called IBTs, internal bilateral transactions, with large hydro carbon free. So we're billing that as 30%, 33% renewable or carbon free. Carbon free is large hydro and nuclear, basically, in New England. And you can actually do what's called a contract where you're actually buying the output of that that is used to offset your, it's part of your settlement with ISO New England. And so likewise, we'll be doing a clean 50 and a clean 100, which is 50 to 100% renewable or clean energy. Those we expect to be more expensive because we have to buy more RECs than the default service price. But it would give people the option to upgrade to 50 to 100% renewable. And what that means is that we either through direct bilateral contracts or through acquiring renewable energy credits, we are offsetting that portion of your load with renewable or clean energy that's putting into the grid.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is regarding slide 44, which is the peak demand slide, and the date on it is 2016. We've been hearing information that the peak demand is moving to the winter in New Hampshire. And so this is quite outdated. Are you finding that the peak load for this is moving to the winter months, and is that affecting what you offer and how you approach it? Thank you.
I think there has been that trend, and part of it is the increase of heat pumps, and that's expected to kind of continue, although air conditioning loads may also continue to grow in the summer months. And I mean, this happens, I don't know, this may have been even Massachusetts data. Yeah, I think this was actually Massachusetts data, but it doesn't look that different for New Hampshire specific or more recent data. You can see at the very far left and far right edge of the graph, there's some high, particularly on the left, which is January and February of that year. You can see some relatively high prices, and you can see the dip in the spring as well as in the fall. But yeah, I think that's going to affect how this is thought about, and I think there'll be increasing thought about, even for those heating demands, if there's storage opportunities for that. Traditionally, there have been ways to store. For instance, I have a buffer tank off of a pellet boiler, but there's now air to water heat pumps coming online that could actually, you could actually build up a store of hot water at those lower demand times and then draw on that for both your domestic hot water and your heating load. That's a very commercially feasible technology if you had access to the price signals.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In one of your slides, I think you showed that there was a potential for you to become a even larger supplier than the utilities, Eversource, I think. Given the fact that you're relying on the utilities, Eversource, Unitil, Liberty, for distribution, do you foresee at some point that you may have to get into the distribution business
No.
simply because it's not going to be economically viable for those utilities to continue to provide that service?
Well, I think the actual utilities are quite ambivalent about their role in power supply, meaning they don't make a profit on their power procurement for default service. They get to pass through their costs, so they recover their cost. They account for their cost of issuing the RFP, evaluating the RFP, the time at the PUC getting it approved, but they don't make a profit on it. What they make a profit on is investment in distribution facilities. And that's really the business they're in. Now, I would say that I think some of the utilities have mixed feelings about this. Some of them are indicating they'd like to be in charge of developing distributed energy resources. There's a proposal right now for Unitil to develop a 4.99 megawatt solar project, possibly with storage, based on the same kind of value stack that we were looking at it in Senate Bill 321. And they're saying this can provide benefits to all the customers because it's actually a lower cost option than the market price of electricity, and it lowers transmission costs and so forth. So what's my point? I'm sorry.
That happens to me all the time.
Yeah, your question again.
About
I was
distribution.
concerned that a situation may develop where utilities are
Yes.
are not interested in
Right.
providing distribution.
Well, yeah. So they don't. I mean, a couple of the utilities have, including the co-op, have been quite encouraging and saying that this is a model that seems to make sense for the community. I mean, the co-op's an odd one because they keep telling us they want to help make this happen, but in their case, we kind of tell communities that have the co-op that you're probably best off just with the co-op. We're probably not going to beat the co-op price, and it is a democratically managed organization, and they're doing some pretty cool things with a transactive energy pilot. But aside from that, what I hope we're in a little bit of issues with the utilities trying to work out our data needs and how this is all going to work. On the one hand, and they really want to control their metering systems and limit the options that we can do for billing. But on the other hand, I'm also working with the utilities on the Data Platform Governance Council. So there's also a sense that this is an opportunity for a new level of collaboration that could be very good for both the utilities and the local communities that they support over time.
Well, that was an excellent session, and we thank you, Cliff, for driving over here to be with us today. And we're going to take a 5 or 3 minute or 5 minute break before we start our public hearings on House Bill 418. So for the next 5 minutes, we're in recess. I encourage everybody to talk to Cliff offline. He will send us this presentation, I'm sure,
Yes, and my
electronically,
contact information. Yeah.
and we'll go from there. So we're in recess for 5 minutes. Welcome back, everyone. I'm going to open the hearing on House Bill 419. And before I introduce the 418 rather, before I introduce the prime sponsor, I want to alert everyone to the fact that if you want to speak on this bill, you need to submit a pink card, including if you are the sponsor. Please submit a pink card. These go into the official record that our clerk, Representative Bernardi, keeps on every bill. So these pink cards need to be in the folder. These pink cards also help us, as we go through the hearing process, decide how much time will be allocated to each speaker. If we have a lot of pink cards, then we'll have fewer minutes allocated to each speaker. But we can't make that decision until we get the pink card. So I urge you all, if you're interested in speaking, thank you, to submit a pink card. And with that, we'll now turn the floor over to the prime sponsor of House Bill 418, Representative McWilliams.
Thank you, Chair Bose. For the record, my name is Representative Rebecca McWilliams. I represent South Concord, which includes this district. Welcome to my district. It's a pleasure to host you. I'm a member of this committee, and I'm thrilled to be presenting our first bill at our first hearing because yesterday's was canceled due to snow. So here we are kicking it off for the legislative session in 2023. I just want to start by saying that it's important that we as the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee cite our sources. I know Chair Bose mentioned this at our initial orientation. And so what I've done is I've emailed everybody on the committee a PDF of different hyperlinks and documents. Many of them are voluminous. So instead of printing out hundreds of pages to hand to all of you, I just sent around an email that has links. So you're welcome to peruse that after this hearing. That's just the reference material that I will be speaking to. Some of it is very dense. All right, so let's talk about House Bill 418. The affectionate nickname of this bill is to end rec sweeping. So let's start with just a quick overview of the Renewable Greenhouse Gas Initiative in New Hampshire, which will give you some background as to why we need this bill and what this bill is all about. First, according to the Department of Energy, the Renewable Greenhouse Gas Initiative is a multi-state initiative, including many states in the Northeast: New Hampshire, Connecticut, Delaware, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, New Jersey, and New York, Rhode Island, and Vermont. It's a cap and trade program to address CO2 emissions from the power sector. So New Hampshire adopted RGGI in 2008. We joined many of these states as just listed, and we created a market for emissions. New Hampshire emissions allowances are then sold at quarterly auctions, and the proceeds fund our Energy Efficiency Fund. The Energy Efficiency Fund is a dedicated fund, and it comes from these RGGI auction proceeds. In an effort to limit, and this is the words of the Department of Energy, the financial impact of RGGI on New Hampshire ratepayers, statute currently dictates that all amounts in excess of the threshold price of $1 for any allowance sale shall be rebated to all retail electric ratepayers in the state on a kilowatt per hour basis. And this is the problem that House Bill 418 aims to solve. So let's just talk about the amount of money from RGGI auction proceeds. Specifically, this is based on data from Eversource, but generally, there's an average, we're talking about the amount of money that is being refunded every year to ratepayers across the state. So this is an average. My math is based on the rate of 0.362 cents per kilowatt hour, and then the assumed amount of usage per month. So we're looking at an average of 650 kilowatt hours per month for a residential customer. So that means that you receive $2.35 per month, or $28.24 per year rebated on average as a residential electric customer. So this is once again just based on Eversource. It's an average. The number may vary depending on your usage and your family size and your household size, et cetera, et cetera. But about $2.35 a month, about $28.24 per year rebate. So what is rec sweeping in New Hampshire? All right, so New Hampshire is one of 29 states that have implemented the Renewable Portfolio Standard. These are state level policies. They're responsible for approximately half of all growth in the U.S. renewable electric generation and capacity since 2000. So 23 years of growth. And that's a good thing. I think we're talking about switching our source from fossil fuels to renewables as the market shifts that way, and it's become sort of the next step in energy across the nation. So New Hampshire's RPS, our Renewable Portfolio Standard, obligates electric suppliers like Eversource, Unitil, Liberty, we've all had presentations from them. They are required to acquire a certain percentage of their electricity mix from renewable energy sources every year. So there are 4 categories. Class 1, new renewable energy. Class 2, new solar. Class 3, existing biomass and methane. Class 4, existing small hydro. So there are 3 ways that electricity suppliers can comply with renewable energy obligations under the Renewable Portfolio Standards. And this is where we get into the crux of the matter. The first is to buy renewable energy credits. We call them RECs, R-E-C-S. So every megawatt hour of electricity generated from a renewable energy system produces a REC. This is a certificate acknowledging its potential contribution to the Renewable Portfolio Standard. So electricity suppliers can purchase RECs from homeowners, businesses, municipalities, or other owners of renewable energy systems to comply with their RPS obligations using the REC market. This is the carrot. This is really what we were intending, I believe, as a state when we set up this funding mechanism for renewable energy credits. The second way that the utilities can, electric suppliers, it's not just utilities. Obviously, Constellation is subject to this as well. The second way that they can meet this criteria is to pay an alternative compliance payment, or ACP. So instead of purchasing RECs, electricity suppliers can pay into the State Renewable Energy Fund, and the Public Utilities Commission uses the money that is generated by these ACPs, alternative compliance payments, to fund rebate programs for residential, commercial, municipal, and low-income renewable energy projects. The third way is to build renewables. So if an energy supplier wanted to put in a new solar panel, solar array, they could do that, but unfortunately we have heavy regulation that prevents that from happening, so this option is scarcely used. So let's get back to the crux of this bill, REC sweeping. We can call it the REC sweeping loophole. So,
Excuse me, Representative McWilliams, could you suspend for a couple of minutes? I'm going to call a brief recess of 3 minutes, and we will resume after the recess. Stand by. Okay, recess over. Representative McWilliams will continue.
Thank you, Chair Vose. So let me just set the tone here. I apologize, I'm taking you very far afield, and I want to redirect back into the language of this specific bill. I am speaking to a preview of coming attractions for House Bill 234, and so we'll talk more about that when that one comes up. But back to House Bill 418, which is a very simple bill. We're going to repeal the Energy Efficiency Fund and use of auction proceeds. The entire purpose of this bill is to remove the rebate. So what that means is, instead of giving money back to our ratepayers that I talked about, instead of having a rebate of a value about $28 a year per household, that money instead stays in the fund. And so based on the history of this bill and the history of the Energy Efficiency Fund, the intention has been to use that money to turn it into 3 to 4 times multiplied for energy efficiency projects across the state. And so we have quite a bit of good data showing that when we take money from the Energy Efficiency Fund, we get that money back times 3 or times 4 in reducing the amount of energy that is then used in the future for our constituents and ratepayers. So big picture, this bill is really about returning the program to the way that it was intended to be used. And that's really the crux of it all, is bringing it back to, let's get to the intent of the bill. Let's make sure that we're actually bringing in all of the money we intended to bring in, and therefore tripling or quadrupling the benefit for ratepayers and for the entire state to reduce overall energy consumption, right? If you recall, one of our esteemed experts has spoken about the negawatt, meaning that the most valuable increment of measurement for energy that we don't use is the negawatt, not using energy at all. So energy efficiency allows us to reduce and not use energy that we don't need to use. In layman's terms, that means we're no longer heating buildings and the outside. We don't have heat going out the windows or out the roof because we've done energy efficiency work to make the building more efficient. And so that's the purpose of House Bill 418, is to get us back to simply funding the fund completely, tripling or quadrupling that fund into reducing energy use. And with that, I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you, Representative McWilliams. I'll start off with a quick question. On line 7 of the bill, there is language that refers to current or future energy efficiency resource standards programs. Can you describe exactly what those programs are or may be?
Okay, give me 1 second. I'll pull up the citation on that. So the first $2 million of the program, I believe, are required to be put into energy efficiency at the municipal scale. And I'm just struggling to find the exact reference, but I believe the first 2 million is earmarked of the entire fund. Oh, here we go. There's a diagram here. Great. I do have it. So under current law, if we assume the auction revenue is 43 million, that goes into the Energy Efficiency Fund, 3.21 million would go to utilities for energy efficiency programs, and 39.4 million would be rebated back. So let's talk about the energy efficiency programs. We've got 2 million to municipal and local governments. That's the one I was thinking of. And that could be things like addressing energy efficiency at your local school. Your high school needs to be weatherized, just as an example. Then there's a 15% minimum after that 2 million that goes to low income energy efficiency programs. And we currently have, when I say 0.48 million, it's less than a million. We currently have a long wait list of folks who qualify for low income energy efficiency and just can't seem to get ahead on the wait list. So funding this program would be a good first step to reducing that negawatt. And then finally, 0.73 million, so 730,000, goes to the All Fuels program, which is administered through the Public Utilities Commission with the request for proposals process. So those are currently the three buckets for the way that it is under current law, to answer your question, Chair Bose.
Thank you. My follow-up question would be a clarification, really. The language resource standards typically applies to a program that is defined in statute to accomplish certain things. And your use of the word energy efficiency resource standards here is confusing. So I was wondering if you had clarification, but I think I understand now what you were attempting to achieve. So thank you.
Thank you, Chair Bose.
Further questions for Representative McWilliams? Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for introducing this bill. Just as a follow-up to the chairman's question, if I understand correctly, and maybe you can confirm this, the money that this bill would allocate towards those energy efficiency programs, the programs are no different than what the money is already, the smaller amount of money is already being spent on, correct?
Thank you very much for the question, Representative Munns. Yes, the intention here is to increase the overall fund, not to redirect or create additional programs to put money into. It's simply, as I mentioned, there is this $480,000 for low income, 15% of the overall dollars that are in the amount that can be used. That number really does need to go up in order for us to make strides to reduce energy use. And so we're just broadening the pot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, Representative McWilliams, you say that by doing this program, we're going to give money back 3 to 4-fold to ratepayers. Yet, the average customer is going to have around $30 a year more in their electric bill. They're not going to receive $30, or they're not going to receive $90 to $120 benefit by doing this program. Or am I misconstruing your assessment here?
Thank you for the question, Representative Bernardi. So I think there are two different pieces to this. Let me parse it out. The first piece is the individual rebate that we currently have. You're rounding, $28 to $30 per ratepayer. To reduce their use, that number would go down. But big picture, when I'm talking about the 3 to 4 times return, that's not for an individual, that's for the entire market. And so when we're talking about doing some of these large projects, like the local high school has a weatherization effort to reduce the amount of energy that they're using, that reduces the amount of energy that is being used in the great pool that is all of New Hampshire's energy users. And therefore, when we talk about the 3 to 4 times return on that initial value of dollars invested, what we're really talking about is reducing the amount of energy used in the state. And therefore, when we look at it from a very simple economics perspective, we're looking at supply and demand. Because the demand has gone down, the supply technically has gone up. And the goal here is to have sort of an overall leveraging of supply and demand, because we've done these smart projects to reduce energy efficiency at a large scale at things like high schools. We therefore see more available supply for those individual ratepayers who were receiving a $28 rebate and are now expected to see at least some greater availability of the supply and demand in energy in New Hampshire.
Follow up.
So then if I understand what you're saying, is the average customer is still going to see around a $30 increase in their electric bill if we were to adopt this, and maybe a minuscule drop in that because the high school was upgraded in its energy efficiency.
So you're talking about $30 a year?
I'm
Yes?
talking about right now we've had a massive increase in electric rates, and you're proposing to add another $30 on top of that. So I want to understand, is that what you're saying?
Representative Bernardi, that is not what I am saying. I want to be very clear. This program takes the $30 and it refunds it back. Okay, so that $30 has already been taken, and a piece of that has been charged for administrative costs in order to take it and return it. Okay, the $30 does not belong to the ratepayer, but we've decided as a legislature to refund it over time. This bill corrects that, and instead of doing a refund, the money stays in the fund where it was intended to have long-term 10 to 15 to 20-year market impacts to adjust for our over-reliance on individual fossil fuel natural gas in the market.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative McWilliams, when you're advocating this bill would, instead of rebating the money that's already been collected from ratepayers, instead of rebating it to them in their bills, it would retain it for the energy efficiency programs that all ratepayers may take advantage of. You're talking about that money being invested in energy efficiency by homeowners, businesses, communities that have the opportunity
Do you have
to
a
achieve
question?
efficiency. Yes, I do. Could you be referring to when ISO New England was here last week, they showed us one particular picture in which they showed that energy efficiency and behind the meter solar was reducing the growth of the demand curve in New England by 4% below what it would have been without those resources. Is that what you're referring to, having New Hampshire invest in energy efficiency through the New Hampshire Saves program so that we reduce demand in the marketplace and thereby reduce energy prices for all consumers?
Thank you, Representative Reynolds, for the question. As I mentioned, we're really talking about a 10, 15-year strategy. And so the data that you're referring to from ISO New England in regards to overall 4% reduction because of energy efficiency projects is exactly the point that I'm trying to make. We're at 4% now, and we know that that number will go up if we put more money in this fund. Thank you for the question.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at these numbers and also following off of Representative Bernardi's question, I understand and I see on here the current rebate, 30, and it's very close, 39.83 to 39.44 million for rebates. And then it shows that on January 1st, middle of the winter next year, the rebate goes down to 0. And just to clarify on the understanding of the amount that gets passed through to the constituents and also how much they rebate, how much would their bill go up by removing the rebate altogether?
So I think you asked the question and answered the question, Representative Summers. We were talking about say $2.50 a month on the average consumer's bill is rebated back. And so that is that $28 per year that has been historically rebated back and would not be under this bill.
Follow up?
So would the average constituent's bill then go up $28 in January 1st, 2024 when that's not rebated?
So Representative Summers, I just want to be super clear. This money is already taken out of their automatic debit or their checks that they're writing each month to their energy supplier, the money has been taken and it is refunded back. Okay, so we're not talking about an increase because they've already written the check and then they get it refunded back. So they've written the check and therefore they've committed to pay. They're just getting a refund because that's the way it's structured right now.
Okay, Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. I keep hearing invest, and I'd like to know who will all of the investors, so-called, benefit from this, or will some investors benefit greatly and other investors receive nothing or actually be at a net loss?
So I understand your question, Representative Lewicki. You're trying to look for winners and losers in a program that we have agreed already to administer for energy efficiency because of long-term planning to reduce the demand on our electric and energy needs in the New Hampshire market. So when you're looking for winners and losers, there's always going to be somebody who feels like they've had to contribute and they're not seeing an immediate result, but we're talking about 10 to 15-year planning, so the overall market is the winner, and therefore there will always be someone who complains that they had to pay something in order to benefit the greater good.
Follow up?
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. So now that we're talking about contributors rather than investors, it appears that would this bill then pick winners and losers, and some of the losers, unlike a real investment where one has a hope of a return, in this case, we are asked to invest, and some of us who have already made ourselves efficient and have already done everything we could are going to be subsidizing those who are chosen by some organization to be the beneficiaries of our contributions. Is that correct?
Representative Lewicki, I understand what you're getting at. And as someone who supports public education, even if I didn't have children who would benefit from public education, it's the same situation where we're talking about a market that is a monopoly that we, the legislature, control. And therefore, we do have to decide how to fund the next steps for the market, just like we, the legislature, decide how we fund public education. And so when you try to make it pitting one side versus the other, winners versus losers, we're really just talking about long-term planning for what happens and how it's going to play out. And so I would posit that the long-term plan for our energy market right now is capitalism, let the market decide. There's really no guardrails. This returns the funding back to our goal in 2009 when this all started, was to work on the transition to renewables and to focus on energy efficiency. This refunds, as in continues to fund the program as it was initially meant to be funded, so we can get back on that plan. You're welcome.
Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. For clarification, can you, under the current plan, how do our citizens get rebated right now with that $28 a year? How is it rebated to them?
That's an excellent question, and I believe it's on the electric bill that the consumer receives. They see that rebate come back.
Follow up?
Follow up?
So I guess my point is I see what you're saying to your point, but is it not, do we not believe that right now in today's situation, our residents need immediate relief, not relief 10 years from now? So anything that we can do to keep their electric bills lower right now would be a plus in them seeing that we are trying to do something for them. So why would you want to take that away now when our residents need immediate relief?
So you may recall last session, at the end of the session, we had an emergency bipartisan bill to provide refunds for our ratepayers because I think everyone sitting in this room agrees that we are in an emergency situation when it comes to cost of energy in New Hampshire. And it was the right thing to do to provide at least some tangible dollars back to ratepayers so that they would feel less of the hurt when the spikes happened, which they did. So I would agree with you that we are currently in a dire situation. But then I think this is where you and I differ philosophically, because I would say this dire situation that we are in needs to be addressed with a 10 to 15-year solution. And that's what this bill does. It funds a 10 to 15-year solution to get us back on track to where we were in 2009 with the guardrails to make sure that we are protecting the energy strategy for the state. So when you talk about, wouldn't it be best to give pennies back to individual ratepayers? I think that that's short-term thinking. I think that that may feel like a Band-Aid right now, but the wound is requiring a surgeon, not a Band-Aid.
Representative Nutter has a question. Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you, Representative McWilliams, for this, for this bill and for taking my question. Pretty straightforward question. If we had a more robust energy efficiency program, might we all have avoided the Christmas Eve debacle?
Ooh, that's an excellent question, Representative Wendy Thomas. I believe that there are two pieces that go into avoiding spikes. The first is a diversity of sources of energy, and we've kind of created our own pathway for that by committing to natural gas to the level that we have as a state. I think that there was going to be a spike due to Ukraine and international issues that I don't know that we could have avoided aside from making different decisions in 2009 or, even 5 years ago. So we are where we are in terms of our diversity and our lack of portfolio mix. But the other piece, yes, energy efficiency works with the portfolio mix. So it's something we can do and we should do to mitigate some of the effects of the spike. But it's not a silver bullet, unfortunately. You're welcome.
Notwithstanding the Office of the Consumer Advocate's characterization of the Christmas Eve event as a debacle, it was simply a capacity deficiency, was not a debacle. Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just referring back to Representative Doug Thomas's question and his desire for consumers, ratepayers, to see immediate relief from the high prices, the high bills that they're facing. Is it not true that the New Hampshire Saves program, which these funds support, are immediately available to all ratepayers, and could not anyone, any homeowner, any business who is hurting from high bills, could they not avail themselves of the New Hampshire Saves programs, say upgrade some lighting or some controls or install some insulation in their home or business and see immediate relief from high energy bills next month and for the rest of the year in perpetuity?
So Representative Reynolds, that is the concept, but unfortunately, we don't have the level of funding that we would like to have in order to make sure that that really is how it works out in practice.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
Follow up.
So that's not how it works in practice, because the Energy Efficiency Fund, the New Hampshire Saves program, is underfunded. It isn't what your bill seeks to achieve, is to refund that program so that everyone who calls can get the resources, the immediate help they need?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for the question. That is the
Thank you.
obvious answer. Yes, that's where we're headed. What's what we need.
To clarify, none of the funds from this program go into the New Hampshire Saves program. That program is funded by the System Benefits Charge. It's confusing, but that's the way it works. Well, thank you, Representative McWilliams, for, one more question. Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, my question, we just saw a presentation that talked about the duck curve and how in the state, part of what contributes to our problems with rates is the peaks. And you talked about supply and demand. So I guess the question is, there's a concern for a lack of plan at this point. You talk about long-range planning, right? A lack of plan for shaving that peak in a way that actually lowers rates for everybody because we need less energy coming into the state, right? We have to pay for less. So I guess, is there any way you could speak to what, this is about 10 times the money that's currently going into the program from Reggie that would be added. Can you talk about how you would expect that to work over time, or what kind of economies of scale you think we would get in terms of being able to better manage our demand?
Thank you for the question, Representative McGee. I think that that may actually be a better question for the Department of Environmental Services, and I know they're here.
Yep.
But I do think that in broad strokes, as a legislator, the goal here, of course, is to make a large impact so we can address that low-hanging fruit, which is energy efficiency. We know that there are projects that can be funded if the funds are available. It's just been starved for money for so long that we can't even get at the low-hanging fruit in the state, and we all suffer because of it. So I think that if you could ask that question when DES is up, I think that's probably the best way to respond.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we thank you, Representative McWilliams, for introducing your bill. I'll next call on Mr. Griffin Roberge from the Department of Energy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Griffin Roberge from the New Hampshire Department of Energy, testifying in opposition to House Bill 418FN as introduced. In referencing the fiscal note, just wanted to clear up some confusion that might be had in the fiscal note. If you look at the funding source, that's the gray shaded box here, you'll see that there's an indication that it impacts general funds and highway funds. We believe that to be an error that's been made. This is only impacting energy efficiency energy efficiency fund related dollars. Regarding the department's opposition, again, just referencing the fiscal note and using last year's Reggie proceeds as a reference, there was some 39.32 million that was approximately rebated back to ratepayers. If this bill were to go forward, it would instead rebate all or allocate all Reggie proceeds into energy efficiency programs with no rebates going back to electric customers. In a time of historically high electric costs, the department feels that passing on another approximately $40 million onto ratepayers might be ill-advised just at this time, given where rates are. Obviously, the fiscal note was put together by both Departments of Energy and the Department of Environmental Services. There would be a near-term increase in electric costs if these rebates were done away with for electric customers. But both departments do acknowledge that over the long term, increased investments in energy efficiency would save ratepayers money over the long term. But again, focusing on the short-term implications of this bill, that's where our opposition lies. Regarding current energy efficiency programs, as this body is aware, House Bill 549 was signed into law last year. That made some increases to the budgets in New Hampshire Saves programs and energy efficiency programs. So New Hampshire is not devoid of energy efficiency programs currently. People can obviously, whether you're a commercial or industrial customer or a resident, can certainly work with your utility and see what types of programs New Hampshire Saves offers, see what you might qualify for, and then determine the best path forward. But again, an additional $40 million based on last year's data onto ratepayers at this time is something the department strongly has concerns with. And with that, that concludes my testimony, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Robarge. One quick question. Is it your understanding that the language of this bill would redirect some of these auction proceed refunds to the New Hampshire Saves program?
So,
And how would that work?
yes, and thank you for the question. So I don't mean to steal, I don't mean to avoid your question, but the Department of Environmental Services did come with a little printout demonstrating how funds are allocated, and I just respectfully defer to them because it's their handout, so I think they can better answer that question. But it's my understanding that there is a small portion of funds right now that currently go into New Hampshire Saves programs from these funds.
Okay, thank you. Representative Thomas has a question. Doug Thomas, that is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Could you clarify, please, because it's been mentioned several times about everybody benefits from, in this case, New Hampshire Saves. Are there qualifications for people to get funds from that fund? Do they have to meet certain qualifications?
There can be, depending on the program. So I'm not, going to go through every single program here for New Hampshire Saves, but there are ones that do target low income households that might give them more of a benefit than you would, say, no disrespect to anybody living in Rye, but somebody who lives in Rye. There are certain programs like that that might give them a little bit of an edge. There's also additionally other assistance programs that the department presented when we were here. The electric assistance program, the weatherization assistance program, which is currently waitlisted. But there are programs out there for people to avail themselves of. It just, to talk to utilities to learn about what those programs offer and what you might qualify for.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming back.
Yes.
Can you confirm that the annual impact on rates is $28 a year?
So thank you for the question. So, and Representative McWilliams, just following up on the information you and I had exchanged. So the information that Representative McWilliams had referenced is information in an Eversource filing currently before the PUC on their standard cost recovery charge. That data is based on historical RGGI rebate information. If there was something more recent to use as a case example, I refer you to the annual RGGI report that's put out, which I know DES will likely reference when they're up here, but there is a section in there about trends in electric rates, and net rate impact was 0.00032 cents per kilowatt hour, which translates into about 21 cents per month for a typical residential customer. So again, based on the information Representative McWilliams provided, it can be vastly different depending on how future auctions go, but I don't want to speak too much for Eversource, but that's at least my impression of their filing.
Follow up?
Follow up.
So that's a big, if I understand correctly, there's a big difference between 21 cents a month and $2.50 a month.
Yes, correct.
Can you reconcile those two?
So I can't predict what future RGGI auctions will look like. I can only reference at least what was in the past RGGI report as to what was done in the most recent auction and what the impacts of that were. Obviously, with the Eversource data that was referenced, that's still ongoing. And I don't want to speak too much on that just because I can't predict what RGGI proceeds will look like in the future.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is in reference to the last full paragraph on the fiscal note, where it says, over the long term, increased investment in energy efficiency projects would save ratepayers money. So my question is, how does the Department of Energy propose to get us ratepayers those long-term energy savings if we don't start now?
Sure. So thank you for the question. As I mentioned, New Hampshire is not devoid of energy efficiency programs now. House Bill 549 was passed and signed into law last year that made changes to energy efficiency budgets and everything like that, and made increases to them. So we're not devoid of that. In terms of, and it is true that over the long term there will be, if there is increased investment, it will save ratepayers money. But again, at a time where electric rates are at some of the highest they've ever been, an additional $40 million on ratepayers at this time would be something that the department just wants to express significant concern about, because it would, impact certainly low to moderate income households for sure.
Representative Munns thought of another question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I I don't think anybody disagrees that ratepayers are really being impacted right now by the rate increases, and it is an extraordinary circumstance. I guess my question is, in the budgeting process that state agencies are now going through with the governor, has the Department of Energy made a case to the governor to use part of the state surplus to reduce short-term energy rates so that we can use this money to continue to invest in the future?
Sure, and thank you for the question. You know, I would just point back to House Bill 2023, which was passed by the legislature during the veto session last year. So that is a current program right now to offer, you know, immediate bill assistance to those at the lower ends of the socioeconomic ladders. And, you know, people certainly can reach out to their CAP agencies to learn what they might qualify for and everything like that. I'm not intimately involved in the department's discussions with the budget, but it's certainly something I could ask and follow up with the committee on. But I can at least just point to House Bill 2023 as some legislative action that occurred in the near past.
Okay, my thanks to the department for your input on this legislation. We have one other pink card. It was submitted by the Department of Environmental Services, Michael Fitzgerald in particular. He said he would make himself available if the committee had questions, particularly about this handout that the department provided. Does the committee wish to ask questions of Mr. Fitzgerald? Yes. So, Mr. Fitzgerald, if you could come forward, please. Thank you. And who has that first question? Representative McGee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Fontaine, and thank you for being here.
Oh, we got to turn the mic on.
For the record, Mike Fitzgerald, I'm the Assistant Director of the Air Division in the Department of Environmental Services. I'm joined by Joe Fontaine, who's the RGGI Program Manager. We are the agency that implements the RGGI program jointly with DOE. We're responsible for the participation and in the auction programs and the revenue. Once the revenue comes in, that money goes to DOE, and they're responsible per statute to deal with the revenue in accordance with the chart that I provided. So, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Appreciate it. Thank you for being here. I recently saw a report on the regional RGGI program and how the different states are distributing their funds. And the thing that I made note of is the pie charts that showed how much money was going to rebates or other costs, and how much was going into energy efficiency. And the piece of the pie that New Hampshire is providing for energy efficiency was kind of converse to what the other states are supporting. In most of the other states, it was between like 79 and 85%, I think. So, so my first question, and I have two, is has that been consistent the whole time? Like, can you give us some context around how much money we're investing and or losing by the way we're administering the program as opposed to the other competitive states in the region?
Sure. By way of context, RGGI program began in 1999, and our participation, and it was a joint initiative of 11 states, and the way the program was designed was that CO2 auction revenues would be distributed to states, and each state would be able to make their own decision in accordance with their own priorities. New Hampshire legislature, in adopting RGGI, originally allocated a significant portion of the funds to energy efficiency programs. Ultimately, that was changed, I believe, in 2012, when there was a compromise achieved in the legislature. And I will say that DES position, by the way, is that we believe participation in RGGI in general is a positive benefit for New Hampshire, because the wholesale cost of the RGGI program allowance is embedded in the cost of wholesale electricity, and therefore, if we participate and we receive our revenues back, we're better off financially the debate is what to do with those revenues, as was pointed out by the representative. And so the compromise that was achieved in 2012 was that the $1 of each allowance price would be dedicated to energy efficiency. At that time, allowance prices were roughly $2 plus or minus, and since that time, the price of allowances has risen as it was always projected to. The number of allowances decreased, lowering CO2 emissions over time, but the price of each allowance has increased. Today, Joe, revenue allowance price is roughly 12, range from 13 to $14. So when that compromise was achieved in 1999, the $1 represented approximately 50% of the revenues. Today, it represents less than 10% because the price of the allowances has increased. Again, our position is that it's up to the legislature to determine how those funds are allocated, but that's been the traditional. So that amount that's gone into energy efficiency traditionally as a percentage has declined as the price of allowances has increased.
Thank you. That's a very important piece of context. And so the follow-up question was around the allowance prices. Mr. Chair, I had said I had a two-part, but
Follow up.
thank you. So I had read recently that the allowance prices are projected to continue to go up, and I don't follow the market, so I don't know if that's true or not. But you have made a fairly clear point that the percentage of what we're receiving as a state has not stayed commensurate in terms of what we're investing out of that money. So if it was let's say 14, just for easy math, right? We would be putting $7 of the 14 into, and we're still at the $1 rate. So we're basically not keeping up.
I don't know if I would use the term keeping up, but we're basically many of the other states have chosen to invest greater significant percentages into energy efficiency.
Can I just ask one more question? It's still along the same line.
Well, we're restricting to 2 questions per member until all members have asked a question, and we are running short of time here. So Representative Lewicki is recognized for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. I'm interested in knowing how we basically have several different states and several different methodologies. And do you, and it might have been a better question for Mr. Roberge, have any idea of whether the rate increase in the other states have been similar to, greater than, lesser than those in New Hampshire recently?
Certainly can't speak for all the RGGI states. There's 11 states in the program, but those states that are in the ISO New England region, I believe that the cost increases have been somewhat commensurate. It's been somewhat higher or lower, but there's been significant rate increases in all the ISO New England states. I believe it's consistent. Bottom line, the cost of energy is primarily related to the cost of fuel. And in New England, and probably a significant portion of the country, that cost of fuel is natural gas, and the cost of natural gas has risen dramatically. So that's been the primary driver, and I believe that's fairly consistent across the RGGI region.
Representative Chrétien has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for taking my question. We actually saw a couple of weeks ago in a presentation, I forget whether it was the ISO or the group that spoke after, but that showed that transmission costs are an increasingly large part of what ratepayers are paying. Can you speak a little bit to the effects of energy efficiency on transmission costs, and particularly how they contribute to reducing peak costs, peak shaving, that sort of thing?
Sure. That's a key point for the energy efficiency discussion. Yes, transmission costs have increased, and ISO New England does project additional transmission costs necessary to ensure reliability over the next several years. ISO New England also does an energy efficiency report each year indicating the amount of energy efficiency and its impact on the overall demand and peak demand. And I can send a link to the committee of that report, but it does indicate that the ISO New England projects significant reductions in the need for additional transmission as a result of investments in energy efficiency. And those investments do have a significant impact on all ratepayers, not just those who take advantage of the efficiency programs. Those who take advantage of the efficiency programs get a direct benefit, but all of those investments in energy efficiency and reducing the peak do have a beneficial impact on reducing transmission, the need for additional transmission.
Follow up?
Thank you. Somewhat unrelated, but could you also talk a little bit about what is actually in these individual programs that are funded by Reggie, how individual projects
So I did, Mr. Fontaine and I did provide this slide, and I do want to correct one minor error on it, but it shows on one side the current investments from Reggie, and if just beginning up at the upper left, we used the figure $43 million. That's the New Hampshire portion of Reggie investments. That's data from last August. That was the amount of revenue that New Hampshire received. That money goes into the Energy Efficiency Fund. Moving to the right, there's approximately $250,000 in administrative costs between us, DOE, salaries, and so on for Mr. Fontaine and others at DOE who do all the accounting for this. Then, based on the dollar threshold that I spoke about, the $1 of each allowance, that reflects on the left-hand side, moving down the column, $3.21 million goes into the energy efficiency programs and the utilities, and that's broken up into the three boxes below. The all fuels program, the low income program, and the municipal and governments program. And then of that 43 million, 39.4 million goes into the rebates that go back to residential and commercial customers. Those do, in response to the question that was previously asked, those do go back in the form of a decrease in the rate. It's built into the rate. You don't see a rebate. You don't get a check. Those rebates are put back into the kitty, so to speak, and those rebates go to reduce the rate of them. And then under this bill, I just want to indicate we did make one minor mistake here, that what's in this bill would repeal what is in this box, Joe?
This whole right side.
The whole right side. Okay, so all of that money would then not. This repeals the rebates, right? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
39.44 million.
So the whole 39.44 million would go over to the left box, so again, there's a minor mistake on the second page. We'll correct that and send a revised chart to the committee.
So could you help me understand if I made an error here when I said that the Reggie money doesn't go to New Hampshire Saves? Was that incorrect? Does Reggie money in fact go to New Hampshire Saves?
The Reggie money under current statute does go into the programs run by the utilities, but the language that you pointed out is an error, because the energy efficiency resource standard, I mean, it's just that language is not defined, I don't think, but the energy efficiency resource standard, as you correctly pointed out, does not exist. The current statute does say the $1 under the threshold goes in as a supplement. It goes into the money that is currently allocated from the SBC.
So New Hampshire Saves is funded by both Reggie
Yes,
money and
yes.
SBC monies.
Correct.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes.
Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I just want a clarification on your last statement there regarding money's going into the rate, I guess, for
Yes.
utilities. So if this bill were passed, are you saying that that would cause a increase in the rates because that money would no longer be subtracted from that, and our residents would see that as another rate increase by our utilities?
As Mr. Roberge pointed out, there would be a short-term, I think, there's some confusion over short-term versus long-term because we've been speaking about short-term costs since 1999, 2000, and there's been significant investments that have gone into energy efficiency and are now actually reducing rates. So, but yes, if this bill would take money that is currently being rebated to customers and would reallocate it into energy efficiency programs that provide a benefit over time, increasing the benefit that's already been received.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just following up on Representative Thomas's question, looking for more clarification. Electric rates on every customer's bills there's about 7 different items, correct?
Yes.
So Eversource, Unitil, Liberty, their rates are transmission and distribution charges. And there's, of course, the system's benefits charge. All of these charges are already in small cents or cents and fractions of cents. So under current practice, where the 43 million in total is being rebated to all customers, is it fair to say that the reduction in rate is probably in the 3rd decimal place on customers' bills?
Sure. In accordance with the report that we provided to the legislature last October and based on data from last summer, the rate, the input to the rate as a result of the revenues, and that cost, as I mentioned, is embedded in the wholesale cost of electricity when it's purchased from the supplier. So that cost was approximately 21 cents on an average bill. This bill would reallocate that 21 cents per month to investments in the energy efficiency program.
So
Do you need a follow-up?
could I?
Yes.
So to clarify, the difference on the average bill, which I believe you always use 600 kilowatt hours, consumption of 600 kilowatt hours per year, the change in their bill that they would see if the rebate was not given would be 21 cents per month on their bill.
In aggregate, and that would ultimately, again, that money's
21
being
cents per month
advanced,
on their bill.
It would be 21 cents on the bill, yes, based
Thank
on
you.
last year's numbers.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Want to follow up on a comment that you made just a few minutes ago when you talked about. I think you mentioned that there has been that the investments that were made from the money in Reggie have started to have a noticeable impact on rates. Can you give us any sense of what that is? I mean, in terms of, cents per month on someone's bill?
I don't have that information with me at the moment, but I can certainly take a look at it. I will refer you also to the Reggie program annual report, which outlines the costs and benefits received from Reggie investments for the region as a whole and the and New Hampshire, and we can supply you with a link to that. I can't speak to the specific number at the moment.
Follow up?
Okay, let's move on. Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to confirm your statement that you take no, or the DES takes no position on whether or not this bill should move forward. It is the legislature's responsibility to decide where these monies go.
That is correct, yes.
Thank you very much.
Who's next here? Representative Wendy Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here. You testified earlier that DES manages the RGGI program and oversees the auctions.
Yes.
So is it fair to say that DES is very involved in the oversight and management of many aspects of energy programs in New Hampshire?
No. That responsibility lies with the Department of Energy. DES, prior to the department's inception a few years ago, did provide a significant amount of testimony on legislative issues related to energy, as related to its impact on the environment, and so. But again, in general, we defer to the Department of Energy at this point in time for their input on
Follow-up?
energy costs.
Follow up, please. Yes, thank you. So can you just outline the responsibilities DES has for energy in New Hampshire?
Sure. RGGI is, again, an alliance of 11 states. The RGGI Inc. Board of Directors is composed of one energy agency and one environmental agency from each state. In New Hampshire, that is Commissioner Bob Scott of the Department of Environmental Services for Environment, and Commissioner Jared from the Department of Energy.
Mm-hmm.
That board guides the overall RGGI program. New Hampshire DES has responsibility under statute for our participation in the auctions, and the statute is very specific about our requirements and so on. And then when that revenue comes in, that money goes into the Energy Efficiency Fund, and the Energy Efficiency Fund is the purview of the Department of Energy. And again, the statute directs how those funds should be used, and this bill would affect that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Now, to remind members that when you're asking questions, you want to be asking questions about the bill in front of us, not general questions. Representative Berezny has a question.
Thank you for taking my question. Thank you, Chairman. So this will increase the money from $3 million to $43 million starting January 1st, 2024. That's a large increase. Would the department be able to spend that much money, and what happens to the money that isn't spent? Thank you.
I think that question is better suited for the Department of Energy, but I would say that I certainly believe they would be prepared to, in my opinion, they would be prepared to invest. That money is directed by investment into programs that already exist, so it would just be an influx of cash, and the programs are generally administered by the utilities. They would need to gear up for additional investment, but I don't think the department would have a significant impact, but I defer to Mr. Roberge on that.
So I would follow up on that by asking the question, if a 3-year triennium energy efficiency plan was in effect, which already had budgets for the 3 years of the program,
Yes.
would a big infusion of cash like this necessitate a redo, a rebuild, a revision of the triennium energy efficiency plan?
Without benefit of particular expertise, I would say, in general, I would think so, but I would defer to.
I think the RGGI money is an addition to that, so.
Yeah, the RGGI money goes into the same pot of money that the SBC goes to, so it would be a significant increase. There would be a significant additional amount of money available in that pot to be distributed to the utilities, and that would go then into energy efficiency programs, contractors that do audits and energy efficiency installations and so on. But I don't think the amount of money would have a significant impact on how the state responds. The utilities would need to gear up and the contractors.
Right. Thank you. Okay. I don't see any further hands up, so I thank you two gentlemen for being here.
Thank you.
And I would like to close the public hearing on House Bill 418. We will now take a recess for lunch, and we will return at 1 o'clock, at which time we will open a public hearing on House Bill 576, establishing an energy conservation program and an energy conservation project fund, and establishing the State PACE Reserve Fund. Thank you. We'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Mic check 1, 2.
This is your 1-minute warning. We will resume our hearings in 1 minute. Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the Tuesday, January 24th session of the Science, Technology, and Energy Committee. We will be hearing and holding 2 public hearings this afternoon. The first on House Bill 576, establishing an energy conservation program and an energy conservation project fund, and establishing the State PACE Reserve Fund. After that public hearing, we'll hold another public hearing on House Bill 92, requiring the adoption of innovative vehicle emission standards pursuant to Section 177 of the Federal Clean Air Act. We were originally scheduled to hear or to have an executive session on 4 bills at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Those bills were HB 633, HB 211, HB 234, and HB 246. The executive session on those 4 bills will be canceled and rescheduled. So watch your calendar on Thursday of this week for information about the rescheduled executive sessions on those 4 bills. Why are we doing that? Because we haven't heard those 4 bills yet. We were going to hear them yesterday, but that didn't happen. So we will be hearing them in the future and then scheduling exec sessions after hearing those bills. So with that, I would like to now open the public hearing on House Bill 576, establishing an energy conservation program and an energy conservation project fund, and establishing the State PACE Reserve Fund. And before I introduce the bill sponsor, I want to refresh everyone's memory that the committee cannot accept an amendment to a bill until executive session. Therefore, if you're introducing a bill and you already have an amendment to the bill, you can talk about it in general terms, but you can't refer to the amendment specifically. So with that, I'd like to turn the floor over to Representative Mangiapudi. Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, committee members, for presenting the bill. HB 576. I will try to give my PhD thesis presentation of PACE program, because that's how much work I had to put in to kind of make it understandable in our state, what we have right now configured. So HB 576, if you recall, a similar bill I had brought in 2 terms ago. But let me explain a little bit of what PACE program is, why this bill is necessary, especially given our situation in the state where we need housing, we need energy costs to go down, and infrastructure and federal funding that's available for all these purposes, we need an enabling legislation at the state level so the local communities can adopt this. Thank you. So PACE programs are typically enabled through state legislation and authorized at the local government level. Commercial PACE, which this bill addresses, property assessed clean energy, is a financing mechanism to allow commercial property owners to finance energy improvement for existing building over a long term. It also helps the PACE investment or financing. If it is done through PACE, the rates are different, lower. And because they are attached to the property itself, which means there is a less risk of default. So it is property assessed clean energy. And typical PACE program allows of commercial, industrial, and multifamily buildings over 5 units, not under 5 units, over 5 units to make energy improvement over a long term, up to 20 years. The loan is repaid via a municipal betterment assessment on the property and attached to the property, so the benefits and payments flow to the subsequent purchaser. So it stays with the purchaser. Under PACE financing, eligible energy improvements include energy consumption reduction, which is conservation and efficiency, renewable energy, gas line extensions, sewer and water line changes. So basically, infrastructure modification. More than 37 states and Washington, D.C. have adopted CPACE enabling legislation because of the opportunities for investment in local businesses, energy and cost saving, and job creation. We all know the energy cost has gone up tremendously, and homeowners to business owners to big companies are wrestling with that and trying to make sense of how they can contain or invest in improvements. Okay? And simply put, CPACE uses borrowed capital to pay for the upfront costs associated with energy efficiency and renewable energy improvements. Unlike other project financing, the borrowed capital is repaid over time via voluntary tax assessment. So, and then you have a handout. I do have the, an amendment that I tried to bring in, but you have the copy of it. And the other one I want to I want you to look at is residential property assessed clean energy. This is in existence in 33 states. And if you see, New Hampshire is in early stages on the map. This is because in 2015, there was somewhat of a PACE program that existed that was privately instituted and implemented through Johnson Wood Foundation. And there was a person that was employed, and her first name was Lauren. I don't remember the last name now. And the two communities that adopted that somewhat of a PACE program, because state had enabled that, was Nashua and Dover, two communities that adopted that. And the person was responsible for the fund and execution and all that. When she left the state, it went with her. So last time I tried to recreate that and bring that back, and there was a lot of hurdles. And this time I've tried to make it more an enabling. So again, I want to emphasize that unless state puts an enabling legislation to use the state-enabled program funding that's federal Department of Energy is funneling money for, channeling money to the states. Unless we have a state-enabled legislation, no community in New Hampshire can access it. So this is what I am trying to show. And this also, the residential property is not my bill. That is our PACE. CPACE is commercial property assessed clean energy program. CPACE is what my bill addresses. And that's why it's 5 units or more. And Senator Waters is a co-sponsor, and I talked to him personally. He would have loved to come here and testify, but he has no heat or electricity at his home. So he said, I cannot make it to the state, and I can't even log in because there's no electricity. So he apologizes for that, but he's in support. We need this, and especially with taking in totality of the housing and new constructions. If the new constructions for housing has energy efficiency, conservation, and renewable, more than 40% PACE investment will come in. So the PACE investment or PACE will make it affordable for all income residents if it is through PACE for energy efficiency. So that's in a nutshell, and I can answer as much as possible.
Thank you, Representative, for introducing this bill. And I just need you to be upfront with us about one thing. We heard a very similar bill introduced by yourself last year, and there was some question about whether you might personally profit from the passage of such a bill because of some real estate investments or companies that you had association with. Can you assure us that that's not the case in this particular bill this year?
I have already disclosed I have a consultancy called Shanti Energy Consultancy. What the consultancy does is brings these people to our community, and it's not I'm not the investing person. Our company is not the investor. I'm not the thing. So I have dealt with I've already talked to Rich Lambert and disclosed that. And I've also talked to the clerk. And, I have, if there is a bill very specifically that, this is an enabling bill. So it is not a bill that would directly respond to any particular project that's on the dock. So that is, and there's full disclosure, full transparency, and this, if I could just further that, saying if I was a doctor and there was medical bills or DHHS bills which would help with the medical field, it's the similar situation. So the doctor legislator will not, it's not personal gain.
Good. I got it. And thank you for clearing that with Rich Lambert and with the House Clerk. Really appreciate that. So my next question is about putting a lien on system benefits charge funds to further secure energy project bonds. This is mentioned in the definition of financing order on page 2, I guess, line 24. And then it's talked about extensively on page, well, now this says page 2. So I guess the first reference was page 1. Second reference is page 2, line 29. I'm having problem understanding how this would work, because the way SBC funds are used by the New Hampshire Saves program, they create triennium energy efficiency plans. And each year of the 3 years of the triennium has a budget. If some of those system benefits charge funds were used as a lien on some other kind of financing instrument, could that and would that disrupt potentially the triennium energy efficiency budgets? And how would the utilities deal with that problem?
Thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. My amendment that I have put forth addresses some of the things. The biggest issue you brought up is very relevant because of our tax structure in New Hampshire, it's very difficult to establish a lien for private equity or private investor if they're investing in PACE. So the way I'll give you an example. I hope it'll, what I've tried to do is, instead of establishing a separate fund and lien based on that fund, this is what happened in 2015. There was a fund, and Department of Revenue said, and last time when I did, Department of Revenue brought that up, and New Hampshire Municipals Association brought it up in terms of what the local municipalities will be holding the ball. And the Banker Association also brought up that, but they didn't want another lien based on their mortgage and stuff. So the reason we need an enabling legislation, that will be addressed if you look at my amendment. What I tried to do was, instead of trying to adjust RSA 53, because if you mention RSA 53E or A, the subsection, it has a correlation with other RSA, there's interaction. So in this, what I've tried to do is create a RSA 53F that doesn't exist. So that way we are starting clean with, so that how it affects the 72E can be, changed. So clean energy and Clean Energy New Hampshire understands where we are. And it's a challenge in New Hampshire to be able to bring this program because of our tax structure. So what I will give you an example. This is more like the lien or the easement situation, where in Nashua, there was a property which was Catholic Charities had, or the Camp Doucette, where they had leased part of the property for cell phone tower, and it's leased for 100 years. There's an easement. And recently, a private developer bought the property, but he bought the property knowing that that easement stays, because it attached to the property. Similarly, I want to make sure that this PACE stays with the property. So the lien, if a default happens, then the default is with the property. So whoever buys the property has this improvement which is already invested to continue with that. Does that answer your question? Or I'm trying to answer as best as I can because it's such a huge overarching topic. That's why I said I'm doing a PhD abridged version of my thesis presentation.
Yes, I thank you for attempting to answer the question. And while you may have been only partially successful, there are other people in the room who might be able to help us out with some understanding. Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as I understand it, these loans are to be issued by the state, the treasurer. That's what your bill says. Section 413, loans and finance agreements. The state treasurer shall make loans to or enter into financing agreements directly, blah, 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 blah. Why can't banks do this? Why do we need to have the state treasurer
No,
get
no,
involved?
that will change with my amendment. So that doesn't exist. I try to, that's why I'm trying to make this more an enabling at the state level than, you know, and you're absolutely right. If it is a mortgage or bank, the interest rate is much higher. And so if it is PACE investment, it's a private equity, private investor, and it is not, they need some kind of an assurance so that it's not backed by the federal credit, FDIC, right? Or I'm not saying it right. So the federal credit bank backed up. So if the private investors are putting millions of dollars and they don't have a way to reclaim it, what is the recourse? And so the state is not, that I do understand that was the last time, that's how I started. And because I didn't have enough time to meet with everybody and come up with a different bill, I needed to put the one that was last term.
Follow up.
Yes, so if these projects, they're conservation, energy efficiency, renewables, if they are economically viable, why are the interest rates going to be so high that they're cost prohibitive? I don't understand that.
No, because the mortgage interest or bank loan interest is based on the prime, right? So when it was lower, we still, you know, when the prime rate is lower, the interest rate is lower. But this is improvement funding, which is not bank loan or mortgage loan.
Who does the loan then?
It is the private equity and the PACE loan, which is a financing. It's a different, that's why I said, let me give you another, trying to get okay. Maybe this will help a little bit. Let me see if I can articulate it. PACE is a state policy-enabled financing mechanism that allows building owners and developers to access the capital they need to make energy-related deferred maintenance upgrades in their existing buildings, support new construction costs, and make renewable energy accessible and cost-effective. And this is also, it's a public-private partnership enabled by state law and financed with private capital that finances sustainability improvement to such as energy efficiency, water conservation, seismic resiliency, and wildfire hardening. So this is a different tool, a financing tool.
So to be clear.
Follow up?
Follow up, thank you. It's not the state, it's not the banks, it's another newly created private entity that's going to do this financing.
It may not be a created entity, but a newly enabled access, another tool for investment to come in.
Thank you.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative Mangiapudi, for your presentation today. Okay, I've heard a few different things around the funding sources. I thought I heard you say at the beginning of the presentation that you were going to try and leverage some of the federal funding that's available. And then when I look at the fiscal note on the bill that we're looking at today, it says that the funding source, they checked general fund and energy funding to create conservation project fund and PACE reserve fund. So it sounds like originally, I don't know if I haven't reviewed the amendment, that there would be two funds that would be created, but it appears that there's state funding here. So can you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, I'll try.
Thanks.
State fund, yes. If it was Reggie funds for conservation or, if that doesn't exist, it doesn't exist. So what we have right now is the federal funding, millions of dollars coming to different states. For example, I'll give you one fund, EV charging fund, $17 million as a federal funding. How do we access that? That's the infrastructure, right? So similarly, if there's a way to access this, the PACE financiers, investors and capital investors, need to see some kind of enabling legislation at the state level to say, we welcome you. And so unless there's a mention of this kind of a enabling legislation, no investors are coming. So yes, this was the old bill that, previous bill. So if you look at, I have tried to narrow it down to just make it an enabling from the state level, and local community municipalities can adjust it and create a program. For example, Roanoke, Virginia state of Virginia has Solarized Sustainable Renewable Energy Program legislation. And Roanoke, Virginia, the city, implemented their own charter to say how the homeowners, low income, middle income, high income, whoever wanted to upgrade can avail. If the state funding is not available, at least they can avail the federal funding that's available. So it becomes a conduit to help.
Thank you. Yeah, that's clear. Thank you.
You need a follow-up? Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. So I want to make sure I understand this correctly. This is an enabling legislation. It would not create a statewide fund. I come from Hampton, so what this would allow Hampton to do, if Hampton felt they wanted to, is Hampton could create its own fund for projects in Hampton. That fund would be funded by any investors or potentially federal money that might be available, and then loans from that fund would be made to projects in the town, and then the loan would be repaid using a property tax assessment?
Yes. So let me fix some of and you're on the right path.
Okay.
So as I understand, or I'm trying to explain to you what I understand is, if state of New Hampshire has this enabling legislation, they can have a PACE program that suits their community. So if Hampton comes up with a PACE program, the residents of, they can borrow against this PACE financing and distribute their loan across over 20 years. So it makes it's not cost for, and especially with the 30% tax credit from the federal government for clean energy now, they can capture that currently and use it. And so if, for example, if I put, I have a 5 complex, or I have a business that I want to put 100 kilowatt solar and do the energy efficiency and all that, and I borrow it and I sell my property, it's on the property. I'm not taking with it. Right now, as it exists, the buyer might say, take off the solar panels. So, it's not a portable, it's fitted with the property. So does that explain to you?
Yeah, quick follow-up? Follow-up?
Thank you very much. So the special, the voluntary property tax assessment, is that a additional assessment on that property? Or is that some portion of the current property tax that's allocated towards repaying the loan?
It depends on the community, right? So if I make an improvement or addition in my home, I have to go to the building permit. And so the, value of my property might go up because of the enhanced improvement. And especially in the PACE, what it is, enhanced improvement, and the tax burden or the tax, if it goes up, the benefit of doing this renovation should be less. The tax should not go up beyond the benefit. So for example, if I have an apartment complex of 10 units, if I do the renovation, I do the conservation, I can pass on as a landlord, I can pass on the cost to the tenants, but not so much that the tenants cannot afford it as it is because of the energy costs are higher now. The, additional utility thing that they're paying. So that cost could be rolled into the rent so that they're not paying additional rent. So that balance is very critical. That is what's unique about the PACE legislation.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question for you on this goes back to the, what you earlier we talked about on, it's page 6, section 2, about the treasurer may invest money in the fund as provided by law. And we were talking about investors earlier, and of course, and I agree, they need assurances of where their money is going to and what their investment is. Help me understand, what is the return on investment for those investors? Where would that money, who does that money go to? And then also, or where does it go to, the return on investment of that? And also, because we're talking about towns here, wouldn't each town need a separate warrant article to be able to pass anything like this in their town?
Thank you for your question. And definitely the idea is to give local control, not government, the state saying what to do. So what's good for Nashua may not be good for Hollis. And so what is, and in terms of investors, what the PACE investors are asking for is some kind of a legislation to show this is a welcome. Right now we have 0 PACE investors in New Hampshire. And especially with the energy conservation, efficiency, renewable, and to reduce the energy costs, we need these investors to come in. And while we are building new buildings, new housing that we need 20,000 plus, this kind of goes hand in hand with trying to look at a total thing rather than just putting up 20,000 units. Can we make it efficient conservation and use these because the builders, the investors can provide that additional thing to make it viable, cost effective, and for all, not just who could afford, but low to high.
Okay, follow up?
Just a quick question on that, because I didn't understand. I understood what you're saying, but the investor, what is their return on investment? What do they get for investing?
Couple of things. One is, people, there are net zero green developers who want to do the right thing and build energy sustainable and reduce the carbon footprints. And let me see, where is that? I had like one specific line. Okay. I have to find sorry about it. It is reducing the carbon footprint of about 1 kilogram per, if we go with this effective one. So sorry, I apologize. I have like hundreds of papers, so I find it, but I
Okay.
will answer that.
I'm going to suggest we get the gist of that. And our questions have started to stray into the territory of the Finance Committee, Ways and Means, Municipal and County Government, some of whom will be looking at this bill after us.
Yeah.
So I'm going to suggest that we move on since we only have 24 minutes left in this public hearing. And thank you, Representative Mangiaputi, for introducing the bill. And we'd next like to hear from Senator Deborah Altschilder. So Senator, please come forward and welcome to ST&E.
Thank you, Chairman Vose. Thank you, committee, for your time today. So I'm going to backtrack just a little bit to review what is CPACE. Commercial Property Assessment Clean Energy, CPACE. It's a state policy enabled financing mechanism that allows building owners and developers to access the capital they need to make energy related deferred maintenance upgrades in their existing buildings, support new construction costs, and make renewable energy accessible. This CPACE is authorized by state legislation, requires further authorization from local governments, and is a voluntary tool for financing energy efficiency, renewable energy, and resilience upgrades in commercial buildings. More than 37 states and the District of Columbia have adopted CPACE enabling legislation because of the opportunities for investment in local businesses, energy and cost savings, and job creations. This enabling policy opens a door for communities to transform their energy consumption, making homes and businesses more efficient and resilient by securing green energy financing solutions that help commercial real estate developers and owners reduce their carbon emissions and weighted average cost of capital through a state legislated public-private partnership known as Commercial Property Assessed Clean Energy, CPACE. CPACE is a low-cost, non-recourse, long-dated, self-amortizing product. Enabling legislation has been passed in 32 states and the District of Columbia, and as of today, 22 of those states and the District of Columbia have active CPACE programs. Over $2 billion in CPACE financing has been provided to over 2,400 commercial buildings. The majority of completed projects fell in the $75,000 to $750,000 size range, though there are smaller projects and a couple of large. So that's just the middle range. Currently, there are 149 PACE programs serving 60,000 participants. A couple of the advantages to the CPACE structure are they provide strong security for investors because the financing is repaid on the property tax bill. This allows lenders the ability to offer better interest rates and longer repayment terms than are otherwise available. Additionally, assessments are linked to the property and automatically transfer to a new owner upon the sale of the property. This transfer has the added benefit of reducing the risk of default. Property owners that voluntarily choose to participate in a PACE program repay their improvement costs over a set time period, which is typically in the 10 to 20 year range. Although property assessments, which are secured by the property itself and paid in addition, they are paid in addition to the owner's property tax bills. As the senator from District 24, I represent the Seacoast, that has been experiencing increased flooding from what were once considered historic weather events, but now it seems that history repeats itself with frequency. One of the ways that House Bill 576 could be used on the seacoast would be in identifying and mitigating short and long-term physical climate risks associated with the extreme weather events consistently and cost effectively at sites across a portfolio across the seacoast. Private equity capital could propel the project of creating a centralized checklist to identify strategies and improvements when an extreme weather event occurs, and they occur frequently now, and further properly utilizing that checklist and partnering with qualified consultants to result in a consistent, cost-effective process which would help protect the occupants and assets from short to long-term climate risks. I urge the committee to recommend House Bill 576 ought to pass. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There was a mention of low interest rate loans that are available through this program. What's to keep the interest rates from rising?
That is an excellent question I cannot answer right now.
Fair enough.
I will
Thank you.
have to get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to permit questions, but they have to be about the energy-related aspects of this program, not about the financing, the property tax issues. Let's stick strictly to the energy portion. Representative Reynolds has a question.
Chairman Vos, I actually am presenting in another bill, so I am going to defer the questions about this project to Representative Mangiaputi, who is, or Representative McWilliams, who are ready.
Great.
Thank
And
you so much, and I appreciate your time today.
We thank you for being here,
Thank you.
Senator. We really appreciate it. So, Representative McWilliams, can you come up and present your testimony on this bill? And because we only have 17 minutes left, if you could keep it to, say, 4 minutes, would that be fair?
Absolutely, Chair Vos. No
Thank you.
problem. Hello, fellow committee members. For the record, my name is Rebecca McWilliams. I am the representative for South Concord. I'm just going to speak to you because you've already heard all kinds of interesting things about this bill. I'm going to speak to you on behalf of my constituents. We have a portfolio of existing buildings in Concord and developers who absolutely would be interested in this product. Specifically, we have a need in Concord to extend existing natural gas pipelines and also to do water and sewer extensions. About 50% of the city in terms of land mass does not have water, sewer, or natural gas. And so these are energy and infrastructure investments that would benefit Concord tremendously. Right now, we already have a major pinch with our housing market, and it would be incredibly helpful to be able to extend these things under PACE financing. To answer the question that was asked previously, the low interest rate loans are actually at a fixed interest rate for the life of the loan. So that's how it stays low. It's not a variable interest rate. In terms of energy related aspects, I'm sure we've already talked about all kinds of great things like solar and energy efficiency projects that you can do on an existing building. Concord needs those. We need them now. And so my constituents would absolutely benefit from this product to be able to access the funding to do that. So that's my testimony. Happy to answer questions.
Great. Thank you. Far less than 4 minutes. We appreciate that. Representative Reynolds has an energy-related question.
Well, yes, it is because, and thank you for your testimony, Representative McWilliams. What I wanted to ask is it correct for people to understand the value of this PACE financing mechanism as one which would help current building owners and developers who want to make these investments in the energy efficiency and the energy consumption of their buildings, but they are reluctant because in the real estate management world, folks often don't know how long they're going to continue to own their building. They might sell it in 5 years. So they're reluctant to take a large loan that would, say, upgrade the efficiency or extend the gas pipeline and enable them to have more efficient heating, because then they're going to have a big loan attached to their company. They
Is there a
sell the
question
building.
coming here?
Yes, I'm trying to get to the, are we correct to understand that this is a market mechanism to add to the portfolio of tools in the market to help those property owners access that financing and therefore decide to make those investments?
Thank you for the question, Representative Reynolds. In terms of real estate development and long-term planning around buildings, both existing and new, this is 5+ units we're talking about with this bill. There are quite a few existing ways to finance, some conventional bank financing, private money, your own dollars. This is a really popular product in the 22 states that do have this. This is a really popular product for developers to use as an alternative. And your question is correct. Yes, it does run with the property. So if a developer has a 5-unit and they decide that they're going to sell it in 2 or 3 years, but they have a 20-year commitment through PACE, that is sold with the property. It's considered a lien on the property. So whoever acquires the property continues paying that bill until it is paid off. That's correct.
Representative Munns, do you have an energy-related question?
I hope it's energy related. I was very intrigued by Senator Altschuler's testimony right at the end when she talked about some of the challenges of flooding that we have on the seacoast, and I was down there this weekend, and there was extensive flooding in the Hampton Harbor area. So my question is the funding available through this program only for energy-related projects, or can it be used, as the senator seemed to imply, can it be used for things like building a seawall, raising someone's home, that type of thing? Or is it just energy? That's the energy part of it.
I'm really sorry that I don't have a direct answer to that. Looks like energy consumption reduction, renewable energy, and gas line extensions have been approved. So it sounds like your question about increasing building height to avoid flooding probably doesn't fall underneath this. However, I will tell you as an architect that when you're doing that project to raise the building, you're already redoing the foundation, which means you're probably going to end up doing some insulation work, right? So there's a piece of that project that you could percentage-wise apply for funding, but it wouldn't be the whole project.
Representative Wendy Thomas has an energy question.
I do have an energy question. Thank you much, Mr. Chair. Can you tell me, does the CPACE program replace current energy efficiency programs? Is it an either or an and? Can you use both?
CPACE is a beautiful add-on. It allows you to access funds, and you could probably double dip if you get fancy, which is cool.
That's what I'm asking. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no further questions, we thank Representative McWilliams, and we ask Mr. Michael Licata, representing Eversource, to give us his perspective on House Bill 576.
Good afternoon. For the record, Michael Licata, representing Eversource Energy. I'll be brief and focused in my comments. On behalf of Eversource, we certainly believe a well-designed PACE program can be a powerful tool to help finance and incent energy efficiency and conservation programs. With regard to the legislation before you today, and I haven't been privy to any amendment language, our focus is concern about the references to the systems benefits charge that Chairman Vos had asked a question about. We too are unclear on exactly what is intended by the legislation. It appears that the bill would use the systems benefits charge as a financial backstop for these programs. I think there's a couple of issues with that. One, the reference to the charge itself is the actual charge on customer bills, and the bill contemplates a lien against the charge, and I'm not quite sure how that would work. by way of background, the funding from the charge is collected by each utilities in the state, held in an account on each individual books, and then it is used to fund the energy efficiency programs as approved by the Public Utilities Commission. So even the concept of a lien against that fund on each utility's books is, I think, just something we're not clear about how that would work. So you just sort of have technical challenges on the one hand, and on the other, there's the larger policy issue of whether it's appropriate to utilize that funding as a financial backstop for these loans. So certainly, I'm not able to speak to the details of the rest of the bill. I'm sure there are others who can do that, but we do have questions and concerns about the specific provisions related to the systems benefits charge. And I would note, the state has received and will receive significant sources of funding from the federal government under the Inflation Reduction Act. Potentially one of those funding sources could be used for a similar mechanism. So I'll stop there and try to answer any questions the committee may have.
Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony and call the last person scheduled to testify on this bill, and that is Griffin Robarge from the Department of Energy.
Thank you, members of the committee. For the record, Griffin Roberge from the New Hampshire Department of Energy. I think our testimony is going to closely mirror what Eversource's from Mike Licata's testimony would be. The department acknowledges that there is an amendment being kicked around right now, but our initial read of the bill as introduced was to oppose the bill on the similar grounds that Eversource raised. Using the system benefits charge as a backstop for these energy bonds could potentially threaten the approved budgets for utilities energy efficiency programs. Obviously, as I'm sure this committee knows, it has certainly been up and down in terms of the energy efficiency programs in terms of funding levels. The bill as introduced with that provision in there, we feel would add a very complex and confusing layer on the management of the New Hampshire Saves programs. Again, I fully acknowledge that there is an amendment. Based on the cursory glance of that amendment, there is no reference to the system benefits charge in that amendment, but the department would like to review that amendment just to be sure that there aren't any potential unintended consequences to energy efficiency programs. And with that, close my testimony.
Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Robarge? Seeing none, I thank you for stopping by to register your opposition to the bill as introduced. And I would ask Representative Cloget to give us a sense of what the blue sheet has to say about this legislation. And for you new members, the blue sheet is the sheet that members of the public, members of the legislature, members of the administration can sign to register their support, neutrality, or opposition to a given bill. People can also register their support, neutrality, or opposition online. And the blue sheet will reflect those opinions that have been received by morning of the day of the bill's hearing. People can continue to make their online preferences known through midnight, and we won't know the full report until later, but Representative Cloget will give us a snapshot on where the bill stands right now.
Thank you, Chair. On House Bill 576, there was 2 in favor. There was 1 in favor as amended. Thank you.
Any record of online preferences?
None on the blue sheet.
Great. And since we forgot to do this for the previous bill, House Bill 418, do you have numbers on that one?
Yes, Chair. House Bill 418, there are 4. There is 2 in favor, 2 against. And they're all in person.
Okay, great. Thanks. With that, we'll close the public hearing on House Bill 576, and we'll take a 4-minute break, and then we'll return to have a public hearing on House Bill 92. All right, I'm going to open the public hearing on House Bill 92, requiring the adoption of innovative vehicle emission standards pursuant to Section 177 of the Federal Clean Air Act. And I would like to introduce the prime sponsor of this legislation, Rebecca McWilliams, to introduce the bill to the committee. Representative McWilliams, thank you very much for the pink card. And I'll remind everyone while she's getting ready that if you want to speak on this bill, I need to have a pink card from you as soon as possible. So thank you very much. And with that, Representative McWilliams, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair Bose. For the record, Representative Rebecca McWilliams from South Concord, member of this committee. Pleasure to see you all again. I'm going 3 for 3 today. I am here to introduce House Bill 92, and I'm hoping to speak as briefly as possible about House Bill 92 because there are a lot of people here who have way more in-depth experience on the technicalities of this bill than me. So I'm going to put that up front and just say that the super technical questions you probably want to save for people after me. I'm going to do my best to introduce this bill in sort of a whole cloth, broad, holistic perspective without going down the rabbit hole. So let's keep it high level if we can. All right, so I'm going to go through the bill with you. House Bill 92, the intention here is to implement the California Low Emissions, Zero Emissions Vehicle Program. So I'm going to refer to those as LEVs and ZEVs, Low Emissions Vehicles and Zero Emissions Vehicles. This is pursuant to Section 177 of the Clean Air Act, which is a federal program. And you may have already heard this allegory, but New Hampshire is a donut hole compared to the rest of the Northeast when it comes to implementing Section 177 of the Clean Air Act. What that means is we are behind our neighbors. We currently have automotive dealers here in New Hampshire who are not able to get ZEVs and LEVs from the manufacturers that they sell cars from because the manufacturers are prioritizing sending those vehicles to other states that have adopted Section 177. So we're lagging behind. What does that mean? We're going to have to catch up. So we had a really great presentation a little bit ago to this committee regarding air quality issues in New Hampshire. And we are very fortunate to be in a position where right now we're not dealing with major air quality issues. We've overcome a lot of them. But I do want to recall one of the points that we saw in the presentation is that the #1 largest contributor to air quality issues in New Hampshire is automobiles. And so this is a very real issue, and everything that we do matters when we're reducing the emissions of the automobiles that we drive and contribute to the air that we breathe and the incidences of asthma and other human issues with air quality. So moving down a little bit on the introduction of the bill, we are proposing with House Bill 92 to implement the exact standards that are referenced from the California bill. This has a lot of background information about the years of vehicles, the emissions of those vehicles, and what that means moving forward for New Hampshire. Specifically, the implementation date of this bill is January 1st, 2024, and it applies to vehicles with a model year of 2025 and later. So we're picking a date to start from that date forward. We're focusing on making sure that we can have ZEVs and LEVs on dealer lots in New Hampshire. In addition, there is a credit system that is set up just like every other state who's adopted this standard. I'm looking at line 14, page 2, subsection B. This is the credit system regarding how many vehicles are required per manufacturer to be sold on automotive dealer lots. And you cannot trade them with other states or manufacturers. You must meet those requirements for credits in order to keep stock on your lot. Just to rebut any concerns that people may have heard from constituents, this bill does not propose to remove combustion engines from the road in New Hampshire. That's not what we're talking about, to be super clear. What this bill does is it allows and basically creates a standard for automotive dealers in New Hampshire to begin receiving ZEVs and LEVs, just like all the other states around us who are doing this and we're not. Just skimming down a little further in the bill, there is a civil penalty of $37,500 on a manufacturer who tries to sell a vehicle that fails to meet the emission standards. I know you all remember the Volkswagen settlement where we've seen manufacturers in the past attempt to parlay something that's not really the product. And then there's also a penalty not to exceed $5,000 per zero emission vehicle credit on a manufacturer that produces and delivers for sale in New Hampshire fewer ZEVs or LEVs than required to meet their credit obligation as part of taking this bill under our New Hampshire RSAs. So there is a carrot and a stick in this bill. This is the stick. This is the penalty. And I want to note that of the other states who have adopted this, none of the manufacturers have been fined with this stick. It has not actually been applied. It is simply there to create a threat to remind everyone that these are the rules and you need to play by the rules. Moving a little further along, in order to implement this, we are going to need to add a new paid position for someone to administer this program at the Department of Environmental Services, and therefore there is a proposal to increase inspection sticker fees and division transfer dollars to make sure that that position is funded as part of implementing the program. So the last page describes the position of overseeing this new California Air Emissions Standards Section 177 bill. So all of that is to say, big picture, we're behind, we need to catch up. One of the things that I emailed to the committee, and I'm just going to speak to off of my screen here, is where are we headed as a global industry? Where are we going with automotive manufacturers? And we're in 2023 now, so a lot of these commitments are for 2030 and 2040. We're talking about either 7 years from now or 17 years from now. Automotive manufacturers have made commitments for where they're going to be on their vehicles. So for example, Volvo, 100% of global sales is to have electric vehicles by 2030. So in 7 years, Volvo is going all electric. General Motors also, 2030, 100% of global sales going electric in 7 years. BMW, Ford, BMW and Ford are 50% by 2030. So 50% of all vehicles sold by 2030 will be electric vehicles. And then we get a little bit lower down with Subaru's 40% global sales 2030, Toyota 35% global sales 2030. And then some of the other names you probably would expect to hear on the list. Honda is going to do 100% of global sales by 2040. So they've given themselves 17 years to ramp up to all electric. And finally, Volkswagen Group, once again, 2040, 100% of global sales. So this kind of gives you a snapshot of where the market is and where it's headed. And I do also want to mention, I discussed the stick, right, the potential penalty for manufacturers. There is also a carrot for folks in New Hampshire who would like to purchase a ZEV or LEV off of a New Hampshire lot. If and when New Hampshire decides to adopt this standard, it comes along with a 8-year, 80,000-mile warranty that protects any defects with the functioning electric components in the vehicle. So that wouldn't be, a problem with the bumper per se, but it could be a problem with battery or performance range issues. 8 years, 80,000 miles. So this gives another layer of something good for our people, our constituents, by adopting this bill. So with that, I will open it up to please broad questions only. I'm happy to do my best to answer anything you have.
Thank you, Representative McWilliams, for introducing this bill. I have a couple of quick questions just to help us with context. Is this the same bill that you introduced on this subject last year, or are there substantive changes?
There are minor changes in regards to dates of implementation and the vehicle ages. So 2025 vehicles obviously is a change. Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. Representative Thomas has a question. Doug Thomas, that is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I think this is the question, given your background, you might be able to answer on this. On my copy of the bill, between lines 5 and 8, it talks about that the regulations may incorporate by reference to California motor vehicle emission standards set forth in final regulations, blah, blah, blah. But it says, as may be amended from time to time. If this bill was adopted, does this mean that New Hampshire would be tied to the California law, and any change or amendment that the California law does that we must follow along with any amendments that they make with that?
I see where you're going with that question, Representative Doug Thomas. As you can imagine, this program has been around for a really long time. California pioneered it over 10 years ago. And so there have been updates to California law in order to address targeted percentage goals year over year, and also update the year of the vehicles that are being impacted. So there have been changes, and I anticipate there will be more changes in the future. And so, yes, the fundamental answer to your question is we would have to be tying it to that statute under the language as written in this bill.
Thank you.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative McWilliams. I'm looking on page 2, and it's section 2, line 25, when it talks about the stick imposing a civil penalty not to exceed $5,000 per zero emission vehicle credit. And so it says credit on a manufacturer that produces and delivers for sale in New Hampshire fewer ZEVs, and I'm assuming it means LEVs, even though it says ZEVs or ZEVs, than required to meet its ZEV credit obligation. When it says fewer than, is there an actual designated amount of vehicles that a manufacturer has to have on their lot in order to meet it? I know you said that this isn't a penalty that's generally imposed, but I'm just curious if there's an actual number.
Okay, let's get technical. So credits means that a zero emissions vehicle gets, let's just say, to keep the math simple, let's just say it's a 3 credit vehicle, whereas a low emissions vehicle could be a 1 credit vehicle.
Okay.
So there is a credit requirement for the manufacturer to deliver to that dealer, but it could be met with multiple combinations of vehicles on the lot. So it is a little bit more complicated than just saying you need to deliver X number of cars.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at this question, I was enticed by it because of the adoption of the California low emission, zero emission. So actually, and originally I thought we just had to worry about till 2035 when it went to 100% all electrical vehicles. But then when I pulled up the California Code Regulation 11Z to have a copy of it, I noticed here that on the percentages that if I understand correctly, that by the end of next year, if it did go into implement, we'd have to have 25% of all vehicles in the state would have to be electric, 35% the following year, and it goes up 9% every year until 2035, which is 100%. So does that mean, is it substantial to be able to reach 25% electric vehicles in the entire state by the end of next year?
So I want to be super clear that the things that this legislation addresses are the vehicles on dealer lots, not the actual makeup of the state vehicles driven, right? I mean, everybody in New Hampshire is going to be driving whatever year their car is currently until they go to a dealer and purchase a new vehicle. So when we're talking about percentage commitments, we're talking about percentage commitments for dealers to provide, not necessarily forcing people to purchase.
Follow up.
Follow up.
So the requirements, if we adopt the California law here that states that the percentage of each of electrical vehicles within the state needs to meet these certain matters of 25% and go up to 100% only sold in 2035, is that not what we'd be adopting as well?
So I'm sorry, I don't have exactly the chapter and verse in front of me that you're quoting from, but I'm happy to chat with you afterwards on this. I think this is really technical, and we may have some folks who can speak better to it after me.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative. Could you reconcile the references to the Federal Clean Air Act in the bill with the question and the answer that the question from Representative Thomas and the answer that you gave? Isn't there a connection between the California standard and the Federal Clean Air Act?
Representative, I'm not sure I understand your question.
I thought I had heard or read somewhere that the California standard has been incorporated into the Federal Clean Air Act. Or is that not true?
That is true.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's really not a California law, it's a federal law, correct?
So the way that this bill is written, it still references California section 1961.2. So we would need to revise the bill to address the federal standard that's matching that.
Okay.
Representative Berejny has a question.
Thank you, Chairman. On here, there's 10 states listed as having adopted the LEV-ZEF standard. Did all 10 of these states adopt pretty much the same language referring to the California code? Thank you.
Yes, the answer is yes. Thank you for the question.
Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Representative. On the 8-year warranty, does that include the battery? It's a two-part question. Would the warranty include the battery?
I believe so, but I will probably be corrected if I tell you the wrong thing by someone after me. I believe
Okay.
that is true.
And the second part of it is, then would the manufacturers not build the cost of a battery replacement into each electric vehicle sold? And that would increase the prices by whatever amount that might be?
So I can't speak to how manufacturers set their pricing or how they determine what they do for a warranty program, unfortunately. I don't have enough information on how Ford creates their pricing or what their idea is for something under a warranty in a ZEV or LEV state. But we may have someone here who could speak to that after me.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You stated that a major goal of this bill would be to increase New Hampshire residents' access to electric vehicles and low-emission vehicles on dealers' lots. Are New Hampshire dealers losing out currently when New Hampshire folks go shopping for a car and they can't find one on New Hampshire lots? Are they crossing the lines to Maine, Vermont, Massachusetts and buying their electric cars there?
Great question. There's the anecdotal data, which you just described. There are certainly people who simply go out of state because they want to test drive and drive something off of a lot. And there are also very large dealers in New Hampshire who are able to still get ZEVs and LEVs because they may have a location somewhere out of state and bring one onto a New Hampshire lot. So it's a rather nuanced situation because it depends on the size of the dealership and their access to vehicles, as well as inventory, right? It's all about inventory. So if we have the hottest, newest Ford model that just comes out in January that everybody wants to buy, it's going to be very difficult, even for a dealer who is cross state lines, to bring one into a New Hampshire lot because it may be so hot elsewhere and they need to meet the credit requirement elsewhere that they're trying to sell it to keep that met. So to answer your question, I think we have seen that it is an issue with behavior of car buyers, and certainly access to ZEVs and LEVs in New Hampshire is limited because we haven't adopted this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Representative, for taking my question. Actually, I have two questions. One is the table that you sent us about EV sales. I just want to verify that these are about electric vehicle sales and not electrified vehicle sales. I know, for example, Toyota has been advertising they have electrified vehicles, but they don't currently sell a single EV.
Thank you for the question. Once again, I did attach the article to back up the data that I was reading out loud, so you can actually go through and see exactly where Toyota falls on this. What we're seeing is low emissions, LEV, would be the Toyota. Zero emissions would be something like Tesla.
Okay. And if I may ask the second part.
Follow up.
Yeah, thank you. About the fee for inspection stickers, I actually received an email from someone complaining about the increased fee for inspection stickers. So as I understand it, it's a change of 50 cents per sticker. Now, are these stickers, these are issued to the inspectors who then may or may not pass that cost on to the end consumer. Is that correct?
I'm not sure the answer to this question on how we handle the finances. I can tell you as someone who gets my car inspected every year, there's a line item for the inspection sticker fee, but then I get service charges and additional stuff on the bill. So I don't entirely know how that's structured in terms of the 50 cents does get, I think it actually says in the bill exactly how it's structured for passing it on. 50 cents gets passed on for DES to hire someone. But the actual cost of the sticker, I just don't know enough about how we do it. I'm sorry.
Representative Bernardi has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when you introduced the bill, you said one of the key drivers was lowering emissions. And so you want to transfer us over to LEVs and zero emission vehicles. But that electricity is made by, well, in New Hampshire, largely natural gas. So how have we really changed the net emission profile? Have you studied what's happening there?
So I have some really exciting news for you, Representative Bernardi. These ZEVs
Great.
and LEVs, mostly the ZEVs, have batteries. And we are now just entering the era. This is exciting, right, for the engineering science geeks in the room. We're now just entering into the era of being able to charge back to the grid. So when you have let's just say it's a ZEV parked in your garage and you hook it up, you can actually be putting the battery back in the grid to reduce your electric bill. And then when it's a lower rate time, you can be drawing from the grid to recharge the battery. So this is something that the co-op is pioneering. It's super exciting, and we're just at the cusp of it. So when you talk about what our grid is made up of, yes, fundamentally, we are both nuclear and natural gas in New Hampshire. But moving forward, as we increase our renewables and as we look at alternatives for how we diversify our energy sources in New Hampshire, we're able to keep it in New Hampshire, in the battery, in your vehicle, and then put it back in the grid to help your neighbor out, which is super exciting.
Follow up.
So right now, natural gas, nuclear are the means of producing electricity. So you have to charge that battery with electrical power. So it's coming from either Seabrook Station or natural gas facilities or Bow when it's running or whatever with coal. So you're powering that battery and that car with fossil fuels. How is that changing the net emission standards here? What's the net delta?
So this is a long lead bill. This is forward thinking. We're talking about setting this up so 7 years from now, when we've achieved those goals that the manufacturers are listing, or 17 years from now, when the longer lead manufacturers have achieved their goals. And I have a lot of hope that New Hampshire will be able to do this and will increase the renewables in our grid. Then we're going to have more diversity and we're going to be able to use the batteries and we're going to be able to pull. But you're right, for today, all of that is just long-term planning, but we have to start somewhere. So that's what this is. It sets up a plan.
Thank you.
I have some additional information about a question earlier. California was given a waiver under the Clean Air Act. The federal standards are not California standards. That's the answer to a question I think Representative Summers had. Are there any, Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative McWilliams, isn't the correct answer to Representative Bernardi's question the fact that, yes, all electricity for charging electric vehicles comes from the grid, but as we were told by the utilities and the ISO just last week, less than half of the grid electricity comes from natural gas and oil combined, and 23 plus 16 plus 6% comes from nuclear and hydro, and 10% renewables and 16% imports, which is mostly Quebec hydro. So isn't the grid much cleaner?
So we're comparing apples to oranges. Thank you, Representative Reynolds. When we talk about New Hampshire's energy versus the big bucket that is ISO New England, obviously we're part of ISO New England. So unless we act like Texas and create our own special grid, we're going to have to, well, and in a good way, we're going to be sharing multiple different kinds of energy. So thank you for the question, Representative Reynolds. And yes, there are many other contributors to our mix in New Hampshire because we're part of ISO New England. But to Representative Bernardi's question, I think we do need to look at diversifying our mix specifically in New Hampshire because we do want to have the ability to charge an electric vehicle off of local homegrown renewable energy right wherever it's plugged in. Thank you.
Representative Ploget has a question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, McWilliams, Representative. 4 questions. If I read this right, the first one, is there any other companies in New Hampshire that we legislate what products they must sell?
So we regulate things that need to be regulated. This is the energy industry, which is a monopoly that requires regulation and guardrails. We also regulate pharmaceutical industry. We have certain things that you can't sell right now. I know there's a bill being heard tomorrow related to cannabis. So we have regulations as the government because we decide to step in and set guardrails around specific items.
Follow up? Sure.
Follow up?
Thank you. And I'm going to add 2 together. The question is this going to increase the size of government and add more fees in an inflationary period? Thank you.
Is this going to increase the size of government and add additional fees? That's your question?
Correct.
Well, the bill does add a position and 50 cents. So the simple answer is yes. The complex answer is that's our job.
Okay, seeing no further questions for Representative McWilliams, I'll next call on Mike Fitzgerald from New Hampshire DES, who wants to elaborate on a couple of the issues contained in the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Mike Fitzgerald, Assistant Director of the Air Division, Department of Environmental Services. Our department takes no position on the bill. I do want to provide a little bit of context on a couple of issues that have been raised. First, just for clarity, as Chair Vos indicated, the Federal Clean Air Act does provide that California can establish its own vehicle emission standards, and that in order to do so, they must receive a waiver from the EPA each time they do that. That has happened numerous times over the past 20 years. California has established this low emission vehicle program, and it has been consistently provided a waiver. What Section 177 of the Clean Air Act does is it allows other states to adopt California's regulations. But Section 177 is extremely clear that there are 2 choices: federal standards or California standards. No state may adopt any standard that is some hybrid where you pick and choose some part of California standards or whatever. You adopt California standards as they are, or you just live with the federal standards. You cannot, the general interpretation of that is you cannot write a bill or adopt something in legislation that would have the effect of creating a third car, a third vehicle. There's either California vehicles or federally certified vehicles. Currently, California and the federal vehicle program are harmonized through the year 2025. I believe EPA intends probably to extend that to some period. After 2025, the federal standards, the California has indicated that they would deviate. That was an agreement between California and the federal program several years ago, that they would harmonize those standards. And so through 2025, those standards would be the same. After that, it would depend on what California does. This bill does indicate prospective adoption of California standards. That would be consistent with the Clean Air Act requirement, because if we were to adopt the California standards as of today, and then they changed them next year, then for that period, that would create a third vehicle, essentially. And so we would be prohibited from doing that. We would need to be harmonized one way or another. The technical issue that I want to point out just very quickly is that the Section 177 and the Clean Air Act does require a 4-year lead time. I also want to apologize, Becky Oler, who many of you met last week. She's our expert on this situation. She is also in Dover without power today and could not be here. So I apologize up front. I'm not the technical expert, but we certainly can get answers to questions that I don't know, of which there may be many. But the dates in here are not implementable. First of all, it would be impossible for us to adopt rules in the time frame that's allotted here. General rulemaking we would need to commence rulemaking. We couldn't commence that rulemaking until after this bill passed and was signed into law by the governor till the effective date of the bill. And then it takes us approximately 1 year to go through the rule adoption process. So that date we could not meet. And then again, I'm not certain on this issue. There's some question whether it's 2 years or 4 years, and perhaps the auto dealers who are here may have a little bit more information. But the Clean Air Act does specify the number of years of model year lead time that it must be given before implementing these requirements. So that would be an issue that we would need to take a look at and resolve. The bill does have a fee. The question was asked about the source of that fee. That fee is currently $3.25. That's a fee that you pay when you have your vehicle inspected for the onboard diagnostics portion of your inspection. And that fee currently is $3.25. We receive 25 cents of that fee to work on programs to reduce emissions from vehicles. This bill would change that fee to $3.75 and allocate an additional 50 cents to the department. Again, to create a position to administer this, there has to be someone to check to make sure the vehicle manufacturers, they submit all their reports, and someone would need to audit those and go through them and determine whether the standards were being met. And those standards are met by supplying certain vehicles. The issue with regards to supply of vehicles, again, that's one that the dealers can probably speak to better than I, but I would just mention there is, since the other states that have adopted California LEV, the LEV does create certain requirements for certain amounts, certain percentages of vehicles to be sold. And so states that have adopted the California standards must meet those percentages as well. And so therefore, the dealers, the manufacturers may preferentially supply certain vehicles to other states that have adopted these vehicles that we have not. So they may just say, well, there's only X supply of model B470, and we therefore are going to allocate them to Connecticut because New Hampshire doesn't have the requirement in place. But as to whether that creates particular shortages or not, I can't speak to. One issue that Representative Bernardi brought up, I would just simply address also that the electric vehicles are inherently more efficient and in their use of energy. So therefore, whereas a fossil fuel powered vehicle is on the order of 20 to 30% efficient in converting that fossil fuel, it's very, very significantly higher, double, maybe even triple in some cases, in terms of the efficiency of the electricity that's used. So even though the electricity may have come from the same source, less energy is required to convert that energy into the wheels turning on the ground. So there is a benefit even today to that situation. I think that pretty much concludes my concerns, and I'd be happy to try to address any questions. Again, we can produce Ms. Oler for a work session or whatever, or provide other information following this hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald. Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. This is just a clarification. I may have misheard what you said. You said that the federal standards and the California standards are the same currently.
Correct.
Did you mean to imply that New Hampshire is currently under those standards?
Yes.
Because the federal has standards.
Federal, as a state either follows the federal standards or they may adopt the California standards. Those are the only two choices. And so the federal standards are in effect in New Hampshire.
And they're both the same.
They're both the same through 2025.
Okay, no,
Follow-up?
that's fine. That's
Okay.
clarification. Thank you.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm wondering if you're able to compare the emissions, the tailpipe emissions for a conventional vehicle, an internal combustion vehicle, let's say per gallon of fuel burned, compared with at a power plant per gallon of fuel burned. How do they compare?
Well, again, it depends on the power plant. And as was mentioned, the grid power that comes here when you plug into the electricity here, you don't know whether that electron came from Connecticut or from Seabrook or wherever. But so grid electricity, if you look at ISO New England, they provide an average overall emissions factor for their electricity. By and large, my understanding here is in New England is that a significant amount of our electricity is from natural gas, but as was pointed out by Representative Reynolds, there is certainly nuclear, non-emitting, and other renewables. But if you apply that grid average, that would be the average emissions from the grid. And power plants are generally significantly more efficient. Motor vehicles, a motor vehicle is a small power plant, but inherently it's somewhat less efficient. So in general, motor vehicles, fossil fuel powered motor vehicles are less efficient and have greater emissions than electric vehicles, even when you consider the electricity in which the vehicle was supported. But it's a complex answer to what should be an easy question. My apologies.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To go off of Representative Bernardi's question earlier, and we talked about the efficiency and where electric vehicles in the long run will be more efficient. Is it not true that it takes about 17 metric tons of CO2 to be in the production of each individual electric car when it comes to lithium and cobalt?
I couldn't speak to that specifically. I would not question. There certainly are emissions. There are emissions associated with production of any vehicle, whether they're greater or lesser in the production of EVs. I certainly can't speak to that directly.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to clarify, so if we took all the vehicles on the road today and converted them to electric vehicles, our net emission rates would go down today.
Correct.
Thank you.
Representative Lewicki has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for taking my question. I'm wondering about the person who isn't here. Is if people are not, we've had 3 days of storms, and the people who drive electric vehicles may not be represented here because they can't charge them. Is that correct?
I can't say. I would imagine there are some people who have some difficulty. I live here in Concord and had some difficulty getting here, so I would not dispute your question.
Representative Reynolds has a question.
Well, I just wanted to say that I have an electric car and I drove here today. No problem.
Can you drive home?
All right. Representative Marshall has a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Would you consider that the miles per gallon equivalent that some cars advertise to be a good rule of thumb? As an example, I'm hoping to take possession of a Nissan Leaf in the near future, and they tell me that it gets the equivalent of 115 miles per gallon.
Sure.
So that tells me that is more energy efficient in line with what you're saying.
Yes, yes. Again, I'm not sure how that's calculated. The EPA and the manufacturers have a fairly complex algorithm for determining vehicle fuel efficiency. But by and large, electric vehicles, because they use less fuel, use less energy to produce the same output, generally have higher mileage efficiencies. And that mile per gallon equivalent would be calculated based on the amount of BTUs in a gallon of gasoline versus the amount of BTUs in the grid average.
And follow-up?
Follow up, but just remember, we're not here to speculate on the value of a electric car versus a non-electric car. We're here to talk about whether we should adopt California's emission standards.
Then I will defer then.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, we thank you, Mr. Fitzgerald, for
you.
elucidating several issues. And I call to the stand now Mr. Lawrence Arts of Nashua, who is representing himself. Please turn on the microphone. Thank you.
For the record, my name is Lawrence Arts from Nashua. I am heavily opposed to House Bill 92 of this bill, an act requiring the adoption of the innovative vehicle emission standards. This bill sets a dangerous precedent. It essentially hands over legislative and rulemaking authority directly to unelected bureaucrats of the State of California Air Resources Board, which is CARB, and perhaps even to the California Bureau of Auto Repair, which is the BAR, California BAR, and gives them broad authority to set California-style air quality policy for the state of New Hampshire by a few, if any of these members, without ties or knowledge to New Hampshire, its people, or its culture. This bill hamstrings New Hampshire to automatically implement force and effect of laws of these vehicles. New Hampshire is not California. Our climate does not lend itself well to outright internal combustion vehicle bans, which this bill will ultimately target. It may work in Southern California with its year-round warm weather, no snow, and perfect roads, but not here. We have our own issues with motor vehicles unheard of in California, like cold winters, salted roads, and rust. This bill will impact New Hampshire residents in a negative way. Suppose a New Hampshire resident travels to the Carolinas, Georgia, Florida, and they get into an accident and they destroy their vehicle. They will be prohibited from buying a new vehicle in those states to replace their destroyed one simply because it is brand new and only meets the federal emission standards and not California standards. In addition, they may also be denied the ability to inherit, acquire in a divorce settlement, lawsuit, a gift, etc., or even be able to buy the vehicle they find that they really like and be able to register it in New Hampshire, unless it's a California vehicle. This may mean the only way to obtain an out-of-state vehicle, they will have to settle for an older, perhaps a more polluting vehicle as an alternative. These emissions restrictions, going back to the early 1980s, have greatly disincentivized me from owning a new model vehicle. The Nashua Area Tailpipe Emissions Law passed in 1985 was the deciding factor for me to keep and refurbish my 1972 Volkswagen Super Beetle, a car that predates catalytic converters and just made the age to be exempt from that upcoming law, into which I started driving in 1980. I remember as if it was yesterday. It was October of 1984. My Volkswagen was to need work as rust started to take hold of it, and then I read about how the EPA was about to jam tailpipes emissions inspection and testing programs down our throats, only for those that live in the Nashua area, with a threat by the EPA to withhold federal highway money. All based on one day of air quality, carbon monoxide violations at one intersection in downtown Nashua that occurred in March of 1978, which at the time only 3 model years worth of catalytic converter equipped vehicles were in existence as they were introduced, along with unleaded gasoline beginning in 1975. It was at that time that I made the decision to spend a couple of grand and totally rebuild that Volkswagen so that I can keep it on the road and not have to deal with this then new emissions testing fiasco, which they started to stated was to begin in the fall, October of 1987. Back then, they said the vehicle would either be 15 years old or heavier than 8,000 pounds, it would be exempt. Well, the VW was to be 15 years old in 1987, and its registration was renewed before the law's effective date. So I started buying body and mechanical parts for it, and I made that 72 Volkswagen into a new car again. To this very day, I still own that vehicle, and it is still operational. And it is now approaching 250,000 miles on it, as the odometer rolled back to zero twice in the following years. That law, along with the threat of enhancing the law in the 1990s after the Clean Air Act of 1990 was passed and the politicians were gearing up to force all the old cars off the road, they strived to expand this centralized enhanced emissions test law to include the 1968 model year, which led me to focus exclusively on only buying and driving pre-emission control era vehicles, meaning pre-1968. So I bought a 1966 Chevy 2 Nova and two more pre-1968 station wagons, a 1963 Chevy 2 Nova station wagon and a 1967 Chevy 2 Nova that I got out of a junkyard down in Massachusetts back in 1992. And then I started hoarding parts for these vehicles out to allow their operation for many more decades as I cleaned out junkyards out of their Chevy 2 parts in New Hampshire and Massachusetts. Fortunately, massive public outcry and pressure from then Governor Stephen Merrill and the outcome of the massive Democratic defeat in the 1994 midterm elections led to the New Hampshire legislature to abandon their efforts to go after the 1968 to pre-1975 pre-catalytic era vehicle owners, because the federal law somehow prohibited going after cars manufactured before 1968 because they pre-existed clean air laws. And a huge scale down of their onerous centralized emissions testing empire plans, which the state was to contract a company called EnviroTest, a huge emission testing empire at the time, to implement California-style smog check in 1995. To this day, the newest vehicle I own is a 1992 model, a Chevy Silverado long bed that I acquired from my father. With low miles and an extremely solid body and frame, I made a special effort to heavily rust-proof the underside of the body panels with an annual application of a full gallon of fluid film rust-proofing linoleum oil to prolong its operating life to near indefinite time. I have been spraying that truck for many, many years now. I do it in October each year. As that vehicle is now 31 years of age, it is absolutely solid with zero rust anywhere. And I have absolutely no plans to replace that truck with anything newer since, number one, the truck is one of the last model years to use the pre-OBD2 and ultra-reliable throttle body fuel injection system, because problems on the GM trucks plagued 1996 and newer trucks with the spider injection that they were forced to implement.
Could I ask you to kind of refocus on the California emissions rather than giving us a history of your vehicle ownership?
Sure. Yeah, if this state implements California emission requirements, we are going to have to do everything that California does, including implementing their very onerous California style smog check. Not only out in California do they check for OBD2, but they also do a complete, comprehensive, thorough underhood visual inspection on these vehicles, and they do a tailpipe test. You got to put it, they'll strap the car down on a dynamometer, they'll run the thing at highway speeds, and they measure the amount of exhaust. So a smog check out in California is like a couple of $100 to do compared to just plugging in the OBD. And that's what would happen if we went full California. California also, and this is what they did back in the 70s, they were requiring vehicles all going back to the 1955 model year to retrofit them with these aftermarket closed PCV systems, and then they put in what was called the California Car Kit program, kit for 1966 to 1970 vehicles, which basically disabled the vehicle's vacuum advance, and they required that you have to have the manual for that car kit retrofit in the glove box, you had to have a label on the underhood of the car, and you had to have a sticker on the dashboard that says, do not drive that car greater than 60 miles an hour or engine damage will result. This is what they implemented in the 1970s. They did some really crazy stuff for emissions. And I tell you, California is very hostile to older vehicle owners. I always talk the story about a friend of mine who had a Rolls Royce out there in California. Because of their standards, they required him to put this added emission stuff on it for the car. I don't know, it came from England or something like that. The car passed emissions before all that stuff was put on it. When they forced him to spend $1,000 to retrofit the car, they had them put a vacuum line from the fuel tank into the carburetor, and the car would just run horrible. And then the emissions was even worse. And I hear that story over and over and over again from this friend of mine that knows this guy. The guy's passed away today. But this is a bad bill, and I urge Inexpedient to legislate on this legislation.
Well, thank you for your testimony. Do you have any idea what California does for all those old cars that you see in Hollywood movies? How do they keep those on the road?
Well, they further amended the law that now they go and smog check model year 1976 and newer cars. They used to just keep it fixed at model year 1966, and then they had their own special emission control devices. 66 and 67 model cars had smog pumps on it, where the 49 state cars didn't have. Some of these cars are really tough to get past emissions. I remember the Volkswagen people. They used to, the Volkswagen club there used to keep it. Guys would have an engine, and they would share it with the club members. Here, put this in your Volkswagen, because they were so easy to interchange out on those to get your car smogged, and then go back to putting the factory or your other engine into it, because air-cooled engines, they used to be a real problem to try to get through smog check.
Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Do you feel that if we adopt the California standards, that it would severely limit your choice of what vehicle to purchase and or modify to meet your needs as a consumer?
Yes, it would, because California plans to ban outright internal combustion engines by the year 2035. And so I would have no choice but to keep older internal combustion engine vehicles running, because I like to be able to have a vehicle. If I want to drive to Florida, I want to be able to get down there in 2 days. I don't want to have to take a week and have to stop and charge every 150, 200 miles and spend, how many hours it takes to charge a vehicle.
Follow up.
Thank you. Follow up, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
So, furthermore, do you feel that if this is adopted, then it would affect your lifestyle as a consumer in terms of how you want to live your life, in terms of your choices and so forth?
Well, I would simply just keep my existing older vehicles running. It'll be like, I think that a lot of other folks, I always talk about the Cuban effect, where Cuba restricted newer vehicles, and they just kept their older ones running and running and running. And I'm afraid that if they're going to make it so costly and so inconvenient with these newer vehicles with these restrictions, that people are just going to keep older cars running into perpetuity.
Representative Lewicki has a question.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. You woke us up.
I know, that's what I'm trying to do, get you guys
Okay.
going.
The question, it may not be something that's within your knowledge base, but I'm going to put it two questions. Does this legislature have the ability to bind a future legislature? If we were, for instance, to pass this law, if 2 years from now another legislature repealed it, could we possibly do that? And how can we possibly be bound by a California legislature?
I don't know whether or not once you pass it, how when you pass a law, it's very difficult to repeal it because it gets entrenched into it. But I'm afraid that once you pass this law, you're obligated to follow California law from here on out, and whatever they pass has automatic effect here. I mean, that's like on buying a vehicle from what I would say, I used to always say, when you're exporting a car from the United States of America and importing it into California, back in those days, they used to penalize these people by charging a $300 smog impact fee. And the car had to have more than 7,500 miles on it or be more than 2 years old. And it was a real nightmare to try to get a 49 state car registered in California. And
Representative Notter also has a question.
Thank you. Since you pre-answered my question on rust on the old cars, my first question for you is, what do you call it when the government steps in and takes over a business and tells them how to run it and what they can sell, like Cuba?
I don't know. I think that's called communism.
And follow up?
Follow up.
And my second question
Hang
is,
on, before you ask your second question, what is your point of order? We're supposed to be discussing the bill. Good point. You have a question about the bill, Representative?
related to the bill, do you know anything about the 17 states suing the EPA for letting California set vehicle standards?
I vaguely know something about it. I haven't read deeply into it, but I'm sure that there are states that are, having clean air lawsuits and stuff like that. I know when a few years ago, when Trump was in office, he tried to get the auto emission standards relaxed, and I think Biden overturned that.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for taking my question. You gave an example earlier about someone's driving down south and they have to replace their vehicle in North Carolina. And I'm just wondering, how would a New Hampshire law that limits the number of non-ZEV, LEV vehicles affect what one would buy in North Carolina?
Okay, this is what happens in California. You're not allowed to buy a California resident is prohibited from buying a brand new federal vehicle. It has to, unless that vehicle has more than 7,500 miles on the odometer or is more than 2 years old. So if a New Hampshire resident has gone on the trip, wrecks their vehicle and wants to buy a replacement, that person, because if it's a federal vehicle, they will be prohibited from registering it in New Hampshire, because that's what the California law mandates. And that's the same deal with Massachusetts. Here back, I remember back, this is going back 10, 15 years now. Guy where I worked down in Massachusetts, he wanted to buy a turbo diesel Jetta, a brand new one. But they passed the California standards and they were not legal to sell in Massachusetts. And he couldn't buy one in New Hampshire unless it had more than 7,500 miles on it to register it for the first time in Massachusetts. So instead of going through all that red tape, he ended up buying a 1988 Jetta and said the hell with it.
Representative Kaplan has a question.
Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chair. I just want to say, as a former owner of a Bug owner, I commend you for your devotion to those older cars, because I also agree that it was fun to work on those cars, you know, and it's getting harder and harder to work on cars as things get more computerized and there's more and more regulations. But as an older car owner, you must work hard to get those cars past their inspections every year. So my question is, would you be in favor of going back to those, pre-smog regulation days when it was a lot easier to keep cars on the road? Or have you gotten used to those new standards? And I would suggest maybe you could just do the same with the stricter air emission standards in the future. Or do you favor going back to no standards whatsoever?
I'd say we go back to making a simple, cheap, affordable car like Volkswagen originally had, but now the federal government has mandated OBD2 and all these complex things that they basically legislated a simple car out of existence. You can't get an affordable car anymore. And if you look at the price of cars as a result, it's becoming more and more out of reach for the average person, the cost for them. And that's a reason why the vehicle the average age of cars are just increasing over time. I mean, what is it, 11, 12 years now? It used to be, 5, 6 years old. So, and I see in the future as cars get more expensive, that age gap is just, the mean age of cars are just going to get older and older. That's what I see.
Okay, seeing no more questions, we appreciate your testimony.
Okay, thank you.
You did stir us up. We appreciate
Yeah,
that.
hey, I got to wake you up,
Okay, next I'm going to call on Mr. William Hall from Durham, who is representing himself and who opposes the bill. Mr. Hall.
Thank you, Chairman Voss. I started to read this the other day, and I came to how it was going to kill people and make people sick. Back before the emissions business started, Pasadena, it looked like the smog looked like fog coming through by noontime. New Jersey was pretty bad. The intersection of Mass Avenue and the Mass Pike in Boston didn't look bad, but technically by the standards it was. We've corrected all that with catalytic converters and other efforts to clean up the emissions. Since the country is going to be rapidly changing over to electric cars, according to the electric car people, this problem is going to go away. You fly over to Hampshire; it's carpeted in green. You fly down south of 495, 128, and it's carpeted with roads and cars, and you can see the traffic lights as far as you can see. That's not the case in New Hampshire at all. The next thing I saw here was what it's going to do to the roads and bridges, the greenhouse gases. No. What bothers the roads and bridges is road salt and 100,000-pound trucks. That would be carrying 11 to 13,000 gallons of gasoline or heating oil. That's what destroys roads and bridges. I don't believe the emissions would have any effect on them whatsoever in the period of time between. It wouldn't shorten the life between repaving one bit. As far as electric cars go, we better have a new attitude towards generation, because this fall, California was telling people not to charge their cars. As you know, Germany tried to go for renewable energy and has now changed it back to coal until they can get that under control. I don't want to see us making those mistakes, and I don't want to see us subjected to the measures of California. I don't think it's worth the effort. I think it's going to just be a mess for people. This is a small state. We don't, compared to the amount of space we have, we don't have a lot of cars. You only got a little over 1 million cars. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Questions for Mr. Hall? Seeing none, I thank you for your testimony. And next I call on Dan Bennett, representing the New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. Welcome, Mr. Bennett.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Dan Bennett, New Hampshire Auto Dealers Association. My testimony will be relatively unchanged from some of the things you've heard from us on this particular issue in the past few years. I will bounce around a little bit between testimony, but I'll also address some of the questions that I've heard from the committee as well. So as we have in the past, it's our opinion that this bill is a topic worth study, and we believe a study commission should be created to explore it. They include Department of Environmental Services, NESCOM, the Office of Energy, the auto dealers, the manufacturers, to all look at it. I appreciate, and I heard the sponsor mention a plan, but this isn't a New Hampshire plan. This is a California plan. So let's get together and create a New Hampshire plan and see what works. So that's our opinion. We hope, as we have stated multiple times over the past few years, a bill last one, a bill last session and the two prior to study it. So to address some of the points, New Hampshire dealers are all in on electric vehicles. They're building out their facilities. They're gearing up for it. We have Ford dealers, rural Ford dealers in the North Country, spending $1.2 million of their own money to build out a charging infrastructure. Okay. Other manufacturers are encouraging as well. Stellantis, General Motors. So the dealers are all in on it, but it's based on consumer demand, and they will sell it to people that want it. It's not a state law or a mandate that's going to drive that consumer demand. It's the consumer demand, and our neighbors all do have a higher EV rates than us, and they do have that particular mandate. But I don't believe it's the mandate that sells cars. It's the other things they put in place. Every single state has a cash incentive on the hood of the vehicle to move it. They have charging infrastructure built out at a much greater rate than New Hampshire does. They have time of rate charging to encourage you to charge your vehicle overnight so you're not pulling from the grid when it's at high demand and high cost. Those are some of the things we suggest that the commission look at. Incentives. That's what moves the market, a carrot, not a stick. We've seen it in the past. Everybody remember cash for clunkers? During the Obama administration, New Hampshire had the highest take rate per capita in the nation in cash for clunkers. And there was when the hood of the car, people raced for it and they traded over those vehicles. So that's really something to explore. Another issue that I'll mention about the LEV standard or the ZEV standard, it's our opinion that the calculation's all wrong, because the calculation's not done at the sale or when the vehicle is put in service. The goal is emission reduction, correct? So that calculation should be done when it's on the road. The calculation is done when it's delivered to the dealer's lot. So when the car comes in and it just sits there and it doesn't sell, there's no emission reductions really being done, right? So the calculation, it's in our opinion, is a little skewed. If the penalties do in fact come into place, that then raises the cost of the vehicle, which further makes it less likely to get put into place. So let's look at ways to get the cars on the road. So that's some of the things that we should look at. That's when the true emission reductions would come into place. New Hampshire dealers will sell EVs to anyone that wants them. They'll meet that consumer demand. I've spoken to BMW. I've spoken to Ford, the individual in charge of the Mach-E, the E program for Ford. The state law doesn't matter to them. They'll sell the cars where the consumer demand is. The inventory shortage, or those anecdotes that I've heard, is not about choosing a Cal-Lev state over another state. It's that the manufacturers are not making enough cars. There are no islands of Mach-E Mustangs in Norwood, Massachusetts. The cars are built and made to order. You go to the dealership sight unseen and order that vehicle because the manufacturers are making so few. Cadillac made 25,000 Lyrics last year. They sold out in somewhere between 4 and 6 hours because they're making so few of them. Ford, I give a lot of credit to Ford. You can go to any Ford dealer right now and you can get in an electric Lightning F-150 pickup truck because they require you to keep one in stock, and it's called a mannequin model. So you can you can sit in that seat and you can demo the vehicle, and then you place an order and wait for it to come. But it's the reason they've adjusted their production models 4 times already to increase those numbers, because they've seen the demand. So it's a manufacturing issue. It's not a state law issue, in our opinion. And we've spoken to folks about it. Then just the other thing, Mr. Fitzgerald mentioned the difficulty with the dates. The CARB standard does ban all ICE engine sales in 2035. Back that out based on the numbers, that's in about 9 years that we would be at that end of sale of internal combustion engine. I don't necessarily know if that's what all of the public wants or some of it. And now I'll just kind of bounce around to some of the stuff that I heard, the questions that I want to answer. Penalties haven't been issued we heard, and that's true, but that's because the quota rates are significantly low right now. And there's also something in the marketplace where manufacturers who make EVs can sell the credits, and that's exactly what they do. Tesla sells all those credits to those gas guzzling manufacturing companies. And so that's how they meet that quota. So there's a little bit of a game being played with purchase credits and things like that. So that's why no penalties have been issued to manufacturers yet. But as we get into that range where those percentages start to ramp up, those penalties could, I guess, potentially come into play. Again, the penalty structure is something that we should look at. And that's why we're willing and we'd welcome and we've supported having the discussion further to come up with that New Hampshire model. The bill raises the sticker price by 50 cents on an annual safety inspection. The math on that came down to last year, 1.5 million safety inspections times another 50 cents. That's $770,000 raised for one state employee. And then where does the rest of the money go? We would certainly say if this was the bill, the legislation that moved forward, that excess funding should be used in a vehicle purchase incentive program, because that's what's going to change the market. That's what's going to move it. And then one other point that I just do want to make, there's some, for you or whomever the work group to look at, is there's an interesting section in section 2(1)(a) that says nothing in this section shall limit the commissioner's authority to regulate motor vehicle emissions for any other class of vehicle. So in my mind, I start to think about snowmobile, ATV, construction, farm equipment, heavy truck. That's a pretty broad range there. So I guess, and see if there's any other questions. Again, we've seen in our neighboring states that incentives really help the system. So without anything like that, I think would be set up for failure if we did implement it. So that's why our suggestion, again, is to get the like-minded folks together, have a healthy discussion, look at what could really grow EVs in the marketplace in New Hampshire, and get us to that end-all goal. Maybe the California law isn't the way to do it, but maybe there's some really other innovative ways that we can achieve that emission reduction and also get those EVs out on the street in driveways and garages. So with that being said, I'll attempt to take or answer any questions if I can.
Representative Kaplan, would you turn off your mic, please? Representative Thomas has a question. Doug Thomas, that is.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I've been waiting this time to ask this question to the dealership association. If this bill was adopted, or even one that you suggested under a study, say, would it, as opposed to now, would it limit the number of normal vehicles availability to someone who would want to buy them later on? In other words, would there be less of the normal vehicles available for individuals to order as opposed to the new EVs?
So thank you, Representative. I'll attempt to answer the question as best and clear as I can. That's really up to the manufacturer. It's what they choose to develop in their product pipeline. And you heard some of the manufacturers who are getting rid of internal combustion engines. There are others that aren't. So in that period over those years, both vehicles could essentially be sold. But it is true that in the CARB standard, the CAL-ZEV standard that was adopted this past June, it says after the end of 2035, no new vehicle sales that have an internal combustion engine will be sold in that state. So we will reach a point 12 short years from now where if this law was adopted, a consumer would not be able to buy a new gas engine vehicle.
Thank you.
Okay. Representative Notter has a question.
Thank you. This is regarding charging stations, since you mentioned those. Like they have some in front of Whole Foods in Bedford. Who pays for the charge? I mean, I see cars go in and they plug in, but how does it work? It's not like a gas station.
The vehicle owner pays for that charge. There's a system, an operating system. Some of them are tied to an app called ChargePoint is one of them, for example. You have an account. For Teslas like you see on the interstate, those are the same thing. It's paid for through an account that you either have through the manufacturer or a third-party charging app. So Whole Foods isn't giving that energy away for free. They've chosen to make that infrastructure investment, and then the consumer, in fact, pays for the charges for their vehicle.
Thank you.
Representative Summers has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This actually has to deal with the same question about with dealerships. And my question is the majority of, it's basically demand and risk, right? Risk and demand. With most of the dealerships in New Hampshire being classified, according to California standards, intermediate volume manufactured dealers. So in falling under that, do you find that when you talk to dealerships and you deal with dealerships, that they're willing to take the risk of having, by the end of next year, having 25% of their inventory on the lot being electrical vehicles, whether it's going to, if the demand's there?
I think what dealers would say is they'd want to see the demand there. You're correct in that it is a big risk, and they believe in the product. And when you do vehicle ride and drives with electric vehicles, the conquest rate is really high. They're great vehicles to drive. But if you look at our current registration rates, that's a big jump to get from where we are to 25%.
Right. Thank you.
Representative Munns has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for coming in. The bill says that New Hampshire consumers cannot benefit from the 8-year, 80,000-mile extended warranty provisions of the California standards unless we adopt them. Can you talk about the warranty provisions?
Yeah, I'll briefly. California, in adopting this law, adds an additional warranty, guarantee related to the electric drivetrain of the vehicle if you in fact adopt this law, because they understand the law has prescribed a higher number of electric vehicle, essentially quota in the state. So it benefits the consumer. And I guess if that work did come in, it would help a service station as well. However, this isn't brakes and tires. What breaks down on vehicles are brakes, tires, hoses, body rust, taillights, brake lights. It's not the transmission, the battery components that are in the engine. When the Prius first came out, people were scared. What are we going to do with this 7,000-pound battery, and it's not going to last? The battery replacement rate on Priuses that was projected is certainly not come true. And manufacturers spend a lot of money on R&D for their product. Sometimes they reach, unfortunate scenarios like Chevy did with the Bolt that had those battery fires and they had to pull them back. But other times there's been Priuses and Leafs that are on the road for 10 years running now problem free.
Follow up?
Follow up.
If a vehicle that has been that's certified for California emissions, well, I guess it's a two-part question. Can vehicles that are certified for California emissions be sold in New Hampshire? And if that's the case, is there a difference in the warranty provision, the warranty coverage?
So thank you for the question. Yeah, vehicles that meet the ZEV rating are available for sale in California and New Hampshire. Now, does that mean that they are? No. I mean, no one buys the Toyota Mirai in New Hampshire because it's a hydrogen-powered car. There's nowhere to fuel the vehicle. So, that's an example of where the vehicle would really not make its way into the state. But then, with that vehicle, if and when something happened, here's how it would work: and I hope this answers your question. If and when there was a problem with the drivetrain of the vehicle, and the vehicle was purchased and registered here in New Hampshire, you would only have the specific warranty. If that same thing happened or that same problem happened and it was a Massachusetts customer, the Massachusetts customer would have that enhanced coverage.
Representative McGee has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. You said earlier in your testimony that you thought there might be confusion if we went ahead and adopted the California emissions standards, but the testimony that we heard earlier was that currently the only two standards that are available are either the California emission standards or the federal standards. And my understanding is that all of the other states surrounding us in New England have already adopted the California emission standards. So can you talk about why you testified that it would be confusing? Because it seems like the other states are not, they don't appear to be confused. So
Yeah. Thank you, Representative. I'll do my best to answer your question. However, I don't remember a point in my testimony where I talked about confusion amongst the two standards. There's only, I mean, I think what I spoke about, there's two standards. There's either Cal or there's the feds. So
may I respond to clarify?
Yes, please
Yeah,
do.
I think what I'm referring to is you had testified that you thought that if we went to this, you characterized it as a mandate, and you said you thought that it would make the dealership's position confusing. I thought that's what you said.
I respectfully, I don't remember stating that the dealerships would be cause confusion. So I apologize. I'm not sure I'm following. And if you'd like to talk after, I'm certainly open to that as well.
Sure. I think you were referring to the California standards when you said you thought that it would create confusion here in the market, in the auto market here. And I guess other dealers in other states have already had to adopt this, and it hasn't really created market confusion, I don't believe. So that's, I guess, what I wanted you to speak to.
Remember, Representative, we don't engage in debates here. All right, Representative Reynolds has a question.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I guess I'd like to repeat the question that I asked. You're probably the one best positioned to answer it, since all the other states in New England have adopted California's standards and therefore presumably have plenty of LEV and ZEV vehicles on their lots. Here in New Hampshire, our dealers maybe have that one, as you've called it, mannequin model. Are New Hampshire dealers losing out on sales right now to out-of-state dealers for these vehicles, for which you've said they're pretty, what'd you call it, high conquest rate? Once people drive one, they like it. If they want to buy one, are they going south or going north and buying one from an out-of-state dealer?
So do out-of-state sales happen? Yes. They happen for all types of vehicles, gas or no matter what the powertrain is. And it's based on vehicle availability and inventory. And inventory over the past few years actually has been a struggle no matter what the vehicle is. Now, are there islands of Toyota RAV Primes in Lowell, but none in Nashua? It's been referred to, but it's anecdotal and it's not in fact true. I can guarantee there's a dealer in every corner of every community of the state. If you walk into that dealer and tell them you want a particular vehicle, they will work very, very hard to ensure that they get you that vehicle. They'll do a trade with another dealer. I'm sorry, I don't have the EV that you want, but I've got a really nice Silverado that the guy next door does. And so they'll swap, they'll do a dealer trade, and they'll do their best to sell you that vehicle, but also keep you as a customer, right? That's the key to success, is making the customer happy. So they will work on your behalf for that car.
Representative Wendy Thomas has a question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. You testified that dealers want to see the demand before creating the supply of electric cars, that they felt uncomfortable not knowing what the demand was. But wouldn't an adequate supply of electric cars create the demand?
So, well, no, because just if you have a parking lot full of cars, but if the customers aren't interested in that product, then that product won't move. The concern is the quota. If the manufacturers built enough of the cars, anybody who wanted one could get one, regardless of what the state law is. So if the consumer's demand is there, because of the purchase price, the affordability, the ease of charging, the ease of travel, and the manufacturer builds enough of them, then essentially the product should sell itself and the state shouldn't force the product to be sold.
Follow up.
Follow up.
Or delivered.
As a representative of auto dealers, are you seeing the demand for electric cars going up?
Yeah, the demand is growing. Can it grow faster? It certainly could through the ways that I mentioned that we've seen all of our neighboring states who have higher registrations do. And it's not because of state law, it's because of policies that I mentioned about time of use charging, cash on the hood, incentive purchase prices to lower the vehicle costs, just the comfortability of seeing chargers hanging on the wall at the rest stop and hooks it, makes it seem like it's more of an availability. So they're willing to take that leap. Remember, this is a new emerging technology that some folks aren't used to. So there has to be a comfortability factor to ease them into the market. And with that, that consumer demand will grow.
Representative Corman has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for taking my question. So as things stand currently, if a dealer in New Hampshire, and let's say it's a dealer that doesn't have locations outside of the state, wanted a certain allocation of EVs, would they be able to get the same allocation as a dealer in a state that follows the California law?
Dealers have the same availability to order product, but it depends on how much product exists. Now, are there dealers that buy in larger volumes? Certainly. Dealers own their own inventory. The manufacturer doesn't pay for that. The dealers do. That's through a loan, what's called a floor plan. You borrow money from a bank to afford your inventory. So they're going to take that loan and put into their inventory product that they know is going to move so that they'll be able to pay off that loan. You don't want a product to sit 60, 90 days. You want to move that. So the dealer has the ability to order that from the manufacturer. So whether they want to based on the consumer demand and whether the manufacturer is willing to be able to meet that need.
Follow up.
So I just want to be clear. Is your answer yes?
Yes, they have the ability to order product. They certainly do.
And the product would be delivered?
If the product is available, you can go down to the Ford dealer and put your name for a Mach-E right now. You can go ahead and order that vehicle and you will get it. It may be 3, 6, 9 months, but that's because they're not building them fast enough.
Thank you.
Representative Ploget has a question.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for taking my question. Not knowing the sales or the emissions like we're looking at here for the other abutters states, would you know if this line in this bill, 92, is what the other states apply? It's on the page 2, line 3. I'll read it for you. Such regulations shall be applicable to new motor vehicles sold in the state of whatever after January 1st, 24. The question is, it's being implied that other states have this, are butters. So in 24 and after, can they buy a vehicle in New Hampshire, not compliant with their state, and register it in the state? The registration is the key question. Can they register?
Yeah, so thank you, Representative. Unfortunately, I don't know what other states' policies as far as limiting registration is. I know in the past, under a different version of this law, when Vermont, when there weren't 50 state cars, which was what there are right now, there were vehicles that New Hampshire dealers could sell that other states could not. A diesel Jeep Liberty is one example, and you could not cross the river, purchase the car, then go back into Vermont to register it. But I think that depends on individual states. What I do know is correct is what was mentioned before is, you either adopt the California standard and you're all in, or you adopt the federal standard. There's no kind of state-specific provision where we'll say we'll take this chunk of it, but we won't take the internal combustion engine ban. You can't chop it up. You can only take, it's all or nothing, really.
Representative Doug Thomas has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. I'm not going to ask the question about what happens when the incentives are taken away from EVs, if the demand will go down or not, because that's not part of this bill. What is part of the bill, though, my question is, if the state were to adopt this bill, by say, and by 2035, and including the states around here as well, does that mean that individuals would no longer be able to purchase a new car vehicle that is not EV, and therefore, if they didn't want an EV, would they be forced to purchase a truck or some other vehicle that isn't covered by this bill?
So I'll take it in two parts. Thanks for not asking the incentive program question, because then I don't have to use the example of Georgia, who dropped their incentive program and EV registrations dropped off 80%. What I will say is after 2035, the bill will state, because they're adopting the California standard, that no internal combustion engine vehicles will be sold. No new internal combustion engine vehicles will be sold. So if someone didn't want that, they would be forced into the used vehicle marketplace.
Okay, seeing no more questions, I want to thank you for your testimony here this afternoon.
Thank you very much. We look forward to the discussion, and we sincerely do hope, because we do believe in the EV and the product, and that this committee make the decision to form a study commission to see how we can further it. So thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll call on our last testifier of the day, and that is Tracy. I'm going to try. Ravage. Okay. She represents the New Hampshire Motorcyclists' Rights Organization, and she opposes this bill.
Thank you. So good job. Tracy Borovage. I am the president of New Hampshire Motorcycle Rights Organization. We would like actually clarification. In New Hampshire, motorcyclists are considered a motor vehicle. We went through this and we could not find in the California legislation where we are either included or excluded in their particular legislation. So the first thing we would like to know is if we are included or excluded in the California legislation. Having said that, if we are included, we are definitely opposed for several reasons. First being, we are very involved in this state. There are over 80,000 registered motorcycle riders in New Hampshire, which is pretty significant for a little state. And I represent them all, from racers to dirt bike riders. We have a lot of EV riders in our organization. We like them all. Doesn't matter what you ride, spiders, doesn't matter. We welcome them all. We believe in freedom of choice of what you ride. We don't think that someone should tell you that you should have an electric motorcycle or an internal combustion engine motorcycle, because we believe that everybody should ride their own ride, and what they ride, they should choose. We also have worked very closely with the Automobile Dealers Association many times on lots of different things, and we work with a lot of manufacturers, and we do not feel that they're going to be able to deliver enough of what is required in the California legislation to be able to meet riders' needs by 2035, or as they go down or go up every year, if riders choose to buy electric motorcycles. We also think, and I don't know if any of you are riders, motorcycles do not have the mileage range that other vehicles have. And with what we're seeing for infrastructure with the charging stations, motorcycles are going to have a really, really hard time going very far besides their maybe neighborhood or backyard and trying to charge our motorcycles. They go about 130 miles in one tank, 130, 150. So with what's being put in place with infrastructure, with charging stations, I can probably go to my local store or maybe down the road, a couple places, whatever, but we're not going to be able to go like other vehicles with the charging stations. And I don't think the government's going to want to put charging stations in place just for motorcycles. And like I said, with 80,000 registered motorcyclists in New Hampshire, does New Hampshire want to put charging stations in for all of us? Because you can bet we're going to come back here and want charging stations for the 80,000 of us that ride. Having said that, thank you respectfully for allowing me to speak, Chairman Voss and members, and I will be glad to take questions. I'm not sure what I can answer for you, but I'll be glad to take questions.
Well, you could try to answer one for me, if you would,
course.
please. And
Of
thank you,
course.
thank you for being here today and speaking with us. Do you have any experience at all with electric motorcycles? What is the size of a battery that would go into an electric motorcycle, and what would its range be?
I've only been on one to see what it felt like. I do not know the size of the battery. I know that particular size of the motorcycle is bigger than like someone my size would want to ride. I can't touch the ground on the electric motorcycles. So for me, riding one would not be an option right now.
Okay, thank you. Other questions, Representative Summers?
Mr. Chairman, I was going to answer your question. Right now, there's Harley Davidson only has one model of electric, and it goes about 102 miles range.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions for Ms. Bovary? Have to look at it again. I like the name.
Thank you.
I want to try to pronounce it. Beaurivage.
Correct.
Beaurivage. Okay. No other questions for Ms. Beaurivage? So I
Thank
guess
you.
we're done. Thank you very much. So I'll ask Representative Ploget at this point to tell us what the blue sheet numbers were for this bill, please.
Thank you, Chair. Could I also later review the other two bills I have there online?
Yes, you can do that later.
Okay, for this bill, House Bill 92, the blue sheet was 1 in favor, 4 against. The online was 35 in favor, 11 against. We're going to go back to House Bill 418. The blue sheet was 2 in favor, 2 against. The online was 44 in favor, 6 against. House Bill 576. The blue sheet was 3 in favor, 1 in favor amended. Online, 34 in favor, 1 against. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, so I'm going to close the public hearing on House Bill 92. And that, for the most part, concludes our business for today. I do want to alert anyone who is watching the live stream of this committee session that the executive session scheduled for 4 p.m. this afternoon has been canceled. The reason for that cancellation, we have not heard the bills that were scheduled for executive session. They were supposed to have been heard yesterday, but due to the weather, this building was closed and that meeting was canceled, so those bills were not heard. They will be rescheduled in the calendar. Many of them, if not all of them, will be scheduled for next week or the Monday following, because 5 of the bills that we will have heard by the end of next week will be early bills that need to be processed as quickly as possible because they have to go to a second committee. So we will be having executive sessions on those bills next week. To remind the members, we'll meet Monday, Tuesday, and Friday next week. And of course, there's a House session next Thursday. So sadly, we'll have to drag you all up here to Concord 4 times next week, but we have to get our business done. So we just do what the weather demands of us and meet more often next week.
Mr. Chairman, question?
Yes, Representative McGee.
Do we have any intention of execing on Monday or Tuesday so we can prepare for that?
Yes, there will be an exec session on Monday, none on Tuesday, and another one on Friday.
Okay, so these bills we heard today, since it's the only bills we've heard, right, on Monday?
I can't promise you that it's the exact bills we heard today, but bills that we heard today, next Monday, next Tuesday some of them will be exec on Friday, and on Monday will be bills that we heard today.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Anything else? I thank you all for being here. Great session. We'll see you on Monday.